Pleasure was not a sin until it made someone smile. Then it was banned immediately. The church tried to control everything: when you could kiss, plus how you could kiss, and whether you were going to hell for it. Spoiler, you were. The year is 1310, and the air in the scriptorium of the monastery of St. Cuthbert hummed with a peculiar blend of devotion and dust. Sunlight strained through the high arched windows, illuminated motes dancing in the shafts of light. A silent ballet performed for an audience of scribes hunched over their precious manuscripts. Among them was Elias, a young man whose nimble fingers were as adept with a quill as they were prone to an unbidden twitch of impatience. His current task, assigned by the abbot himself, was to meticulously transcribe and cross reference the monastic calendar, a document far more complex than a mere marking of Sundays and feast days. This was a calendar of abstinence, a divine decree translated into ink and parchment, dictating not just when to pray, but when not to live. Elias found himself lost in a labyrinth of red ink and minuscule script, a bewildering tapestry woven with the threads of divine command and human frailty. The Church, in its infinite wisdom and unerring bureaucracy, had decreed a rhythm for existence itself, a perpetual dance between solemn observance and outright prohibition. Every day was a potential minefield, a landscape dotted with fasts, vigils, and solemn feasts, each carrying its own specific cargo of restrictions. These weren't gentle suggestions, easily sidestepped with a wink and a nod. No, these were divine mandates, handed down from the highest heavenly courts, capable of disrupting not only the simple pleasures of the flesh, but the very fabric of daily life. He traced a finger over the vellum, his brow furrowed in concentration, then in bewilderment. There were the standard fast days, of course: Ash Wednesday, Good Friday, days of intense, almost brutal self denial. But beyond these, a veritable ocean of other prohibitions lapped at the shores of everyday life. Saints' days, once opportunities for joyous commemoration, were now layered with specific warnings. Did Saint Blaise Day involve abstaining from certain foods, or was that Saint Lucy? And what of Saint Agatha's vigil? Elias consulted a dog-eared appendix, only to find it referred to yet another manuscript, promising further clarification, or perhaps further confusion. The sheer volume of restricted days began to dawn on him, not just as an academic curiosity, but as a suffocating reality. The Church, it seemed, was determined to leave very little room for spontaneity, for the unplanned bloom of joy that might arise unbidden. A day designated as a day of strict abstinence could fall on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday, rendering it null and void for any earthly delight beyond the strictly necessary. A saint's commemoration might demand not just prayer, but a dietary restriction, perhaps a prohibition on all forms of poultry, or the avoidance of any food that had been cooked over a wood fire. It was a subtle, insidious form of control, transforming the simple act of marking time into a complex, often exasperating, spiritual exercise. Elias's task was more than just transcription. It was an act of charting the invisible boundaries of acceptable existence. He noted down the ember days, periods of fasting and prayer traditionally associated with the ordination of priests, but which had, over time, acquired a broader application of stringent observance. He marked the rogation days, days for prayer for a good harvest, often accompanied by processions and prayers against storms and other natural calamities, and inevitably with accompanying fasts. The Feast of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, a day that should have been filled with the sweet scent of lilies and the soaring melodies of praise, was also a day of abstinence. He paused, rereading a particularly convoluted passage concerning the feast of St. Lawrence. While the saint was famously martyred on a gridiron, the monks had apparently extrapolated from this a prohibition on any food that had been scorched or overbrowned. This meant no roasted meats, no toasted bread, no caramelized onions. Elias pictured the kitchen staff wrestling with this decree, perhaps meticulously scraping the faintest hint of char from their daily rations. It seemed an almost comical level of detail, a divine fastidiousness that bordered on the absurd. The calendar, in Elias's careful hand, began to resemble a map of a spiritual minefield. Certain weeks were entirely consumed by fasts, leaving a veritable desert of spiritual austerity with only the occasional oasis of a slightly less rigorous day. He learned of the fast of anticipation, a period of abstinence before certain major feasts, designed to heighten the joy of the subsequent celebration, though Elias began to suspect the anticipation often bled into exhaustion. There were also days of partial abstinence, which he discovered through whispered conversations with older monks could mean anything from abstaining from meat to foregoing certain beverages, or even, in the most obscure cases, refraining from speaking certain words deemed frivolous. He found himself wondering about the practical implications for the common folk. Did a peasant farmer, toiling in the fields under the summer sun, truly comprehend that the feast of St. Barnaby also demanded he abstain from eating eels, as one particular marginal note suggested? And if he did he obey? The sheer effort expended by the Church in codifying these prohibitions spoke volumes about its desire to permeate every aspect of life, to leave no corner of human experience untouched by its guiding or perhaps constricting hand. The challenge, Elias realized, was not just remembering all these rules, but understanding their purpose. Were these prohibitions meant to purify the soul, to detach the body from its earthly desires, or were they perhaps a more subtle means of asserting authority, of reminding everyone, from the lowest peasant to the highest noble, that their lives were subject to a higher, unseen power that spoke through the Church? The calendar, in its painstaking detail, was a constant, tangible reminder of this control, a silent sermon preached in ink on vellum. He meticulously noted the days of ember fasts, the 4 sets of 3 days scattered throughout the year, traditionally observed at the beginning of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. These were not merely days of light fasting, they were often periods of intense prayer and spiritual reflection, intended to consecrate the changing seasons and pray for the ordinance. But for Elias, as he copied the accompanying dietary strictures, often involving fish only or no dairy products, they felt like another series of hurdles in the perpetual race of religious observance. The further he delved into the calendar, the more he saw how deeply intertwined these rules were with the very concept of time itself. Time was not a neutral flow, it was a divinely ordained structure, marked by moments of permissible indulgence and long stretches of enforced deprivation. The cycles of the liturgical year, with its seasons of Advent, Christmas, Lent, and Easter, were punctuated by these numerous minor fasts and abstinences, creating a rhythm of life that was designed to be entirely dictated by the Church's pronouncements. He came across references to days of selective abstinence, where certain categories of food were forbidden, but others were permitted. For example, a day might prohibit all forms of fowl, but allow fish, dairy, and eggs. Another might allow meat on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but strictly forbid it on Wednesdays and Fridays. The complexity was astounding, a testament to the intellectual energies the Church had poured into creating a framework for self denial. Elias found himself envying the simplicity of the world before such intricate regulation, a world he could only imagine through the illuminated pages of ancient texts, a world perhaps where a day was simply a day, and pleasure was not a sin to be meticulously catalogued and avoided. He pictured the early Christians, perhaps living a more direct and intuitive faith, unburdened by this vast, ever expanding bureaucracy of divine disapproval. He paused to stretch his cramped fingers, glancing out the window at the courtyard below. A group of novices were engaged in their morning exercises, their movements stiff and somewhat unnatural, as if they were constantly aware of an unseen supervisor. Elias felt a kinship with them, a shared sense of being molded, shaped, and in a way, restricted by the very institution that promised spiritual liberation. The calendar was not just a list of prohibitions, it was a theological statement. It implied that human nature was inherently flawed, that pleasure was a dangerous siren call, and that only through constant vigilance and self denial could one hope to navigate the treacherous waters of life and reach the heavenly shores. This was a worldview that Elias, in his youthful idealism, found increasingly difficult to reconcile with the vibrant, complex, and often contradictory reality he was beginning to perceive around him. He carefully noted the observance of the 40 hours devotion, a period of continuous prayer before the Blessed Sacrament, which, while a time of spiritual intensity, also often involved extended periods of fasting and abstinence. He observed the practice of Stations of the Cross, a devotional exercise that, while focused on Christ's suffering, also carried its own specific rules of prayer and reflection, often extended over many days. Elias's task was a subtle education in the medieval understanding of holiness. Holiness was not necessarily found in spontaneous acts of kindness or moments of shared laughter. It was a discipline, a rigorous adherence to a prescribed path, a path paved with countless prohibitions. Pleasure, in its raw, unmediated form, was seen as a potential distraction, a lure of the worldly that could lead the soul astray. The Church, therefore, sought to channel and, where necessary, extinguish all such unregulated delights. He spent hours poring over the entries for the great fast of Lent, a period of 50 days of fasting and penitence leading up to Easter. This was the mother of all abstinences, a time when the faithful were expected to abstain from meat, dairy, eggs, and even, in some stricter interpretations, from all but one simple meal a day. Elias saw how the monastic calendar mirrored and amplified this intense period, extending the spirit of Lent throughout the year with a host of lesser but no less significant restrictions. He began to notice patterns, almost a logic, to the prohibitions. Days commemorating martyrs were often days of stricter fasting, as if the suffering of the saint should be echoed in the self-denial of the faithful. Days celebrating certain apostles might bring with them prohibitions on specific foods that had a symbolic, however tenuous, connection to their lives or ministries. It was a form of spiritual numerology, a complex symbolic language that Elias was slowly learning to decipher. The sheer weight of these rules was beginning to press down on him. It was not just about avoiding certain foods or activities, it was about a fundamental way of being in the world, a way that emphasized restraint over expression, denial over desire. The calendar, Elias realized, was a testament to the church's immense power and its unwavering commitment to shaping not just belief, but behavior down to the most minute detail of daily existence. It was a constant, looming reminder that even the most intimate moments, the most fleeting of pleasures, were subject to divine and therefore ecclesiastical scrutiny. The heavenly bureaucracy of pleasure, it seemed, was indeed a vast and formidable entity, and Elias was, for the moment, its diligent, if increasingly bewildered, administrator. The rhythm of his own life, he suspected, was about to become irrevocably tied to this intricate and often exasperating calendar of abstinence. The heavy oak door of the confessional box creaked shut behind Beatrice, plunging her into a dim, velvet lined gloom. The scent of old incense and beeswax, usually a comforting aroma, now felt suffocating, a tangible manifestation of the weight of her secret. She knelt on the rough wood, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Across the latticed partition, she could just discern the shape of Father Thomas, his voice a low, resonant murmur that seemed to echo the anxieties churning within her. "Confess, my child," he intoned, the familiar words a prelude to her own confession, which felt both trivial and monumental. Beatrice swallowed, her throat dry. "Father," she began, her voice barely a whisper, "on the vigil of St. Agnes, I had a thought." A pause, pregnant with unspoken judgment. "A thought, child? What kind of thought?" A sinful thought, Father, about my husband John. On the night before St. Agnes's Day, we we were together." Her cheeks burned as she uttered the words, the very act of speaking them amplifying the perceived transgression. "And I thought it was pleasant, more than pleasant, Father. I found myself anticipating it." She expected a stern rebuke, a simple penance, a swift absolution. What followed, however, was far more unsettling. Father Thomas cleared his throat, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries of clerical pronouncements. "Pleasant, you say? Anticipating? My dear Beatrice, you speak of carnal delight as if it were a heavenly blessing. Do you not understand that such earthly pleasures are but a fleeting distraction from the eternal salvation?" Beatrice remained silent, her gaze fixed on the rough wood before her, unable to meet the unseen eyes of her confessor. "Let us be clear, child," Father Thomas continued, his voice taking on a didactic tone that prickled Beatrice's unease. "The union of man and wife is ordained by God, yes, but for the propagation of the species and the avoidance of greater sin. It is not a license for wanton abandon or selfish gratification. The Church, in its wisdom, has provided guidelines lest the faithful stray into the labyrinth of lust." He paused, and Beatrice could almost feel him consulting an invisible ledger, a celestial rulebook of carnal conduct. "On the matter of marital congress," he resumed, his voice growing more specific, more unsettlingly detailed, "even within the confines of wedlock, certain considerations must be observed. The Holy Fathers, in their wisdom, have spoken on this. For instance, on vigils and fast days, the act itself, even if performed, should be brief and without undue fervor." The position, too, is of import. The missionary position, as it is sometimes called, is generally considered permissible, as it emphasizes the man's duty and the woman's passivity. However, any position that elevates the woman's hips or that involves excessive movement on her part could be construed as encouraging pride and lust, thus rendering the act itself gravely sinful, even outside of forbidden days. Beatrice's mind reeled. She had confessed a thought, a fleeting private moment, and here she was being lectured on the theological implications of hip elevation and the relative sinfulness of various postures. It was as if the church, in its boundless pursuit of order, sought to impose its will even on the most intimate, unspoken intimacies between husband and wife. Furthermore, Father Thomas pressed on, his voice unwavering. One must always ensure that the mind is focused on procreation, or at the very least, on the solemnity of the sacrament, and not on personal pleasure. To seek enjoyment in such acts is to mimic the beasts of the field, who are driven solely by instinct and appetite. We, as God's creatures, are meant to rise above such base urges. He quoted, or rather paraphrased, some obscure passage she'd never heard of, something about St. Jerome's views on the unseemly contortions of the flesh. It was a torrent of pronouncements, each word meticulously chosen to highlight the potential for sin, to remind her that even in the privacy of her own marriage bed, she was under divine and ecclesiastical scrutiny. The very act of seeking pleasure, of finding joy in the embrace of her husband, was being dissected, categorized, and ultimately condemned. So, Beatrice, Father Thomas concluded, his tone shifting back to a more familiar pastoral concern. You must confess this immoderate enjoyment. You must do penance, and you must strive to approach your marital duties with a more spiritual, less carnal intention. For your penance, say 3 Hail Marys and 1 Our Father, and reflect on the fleeting nature of earthly pleasure. And remember, child, on the vigil of St. Agnes, such thoughts and such activities are to be avoided as much as possible. If unavoidable, then they must be undertaken with the utmost restraint and a prayer for forgiveness. Beatrice mumbled her assent, her head bowed, her spirit feeling thoroughly diminished. She had come seeking absolution for a fleeting thought, and she left feeling branded, her understanding of her own body and her marriage bed now tainted with a labyrinth of unspoken rules and potential condemnations. The confession had not been an act of cleansing, but an indictment. It was a stark illustration of how the heavenly bureaucracy, with its intricate rules and pronouncements, had managed to weave itself into the very fabric of human intimacy, turning what might have been a source of genuine connection and simple pleasure into a complex exercise in guilt and avoidance. Elias, she imagined, with his meticulous copying of the monastic calendar, would find this even more bewildering. How could the church, which preached love and salvation, also be so deeply invested in regulating the most private moments of human existence, turning the act of love into another potential pitfall on the path to heaven? The desire for pleasure, it seemed, was a commodity the church was all too willing to profit from, albeit through the currency of guilt. This was not the freedom Elias might have dreamed of. It was a gilded cage of spiritual oversight, where even the whispers in the confessional were carefully curated. Elias, with his innate curiosity and a growing unease about the church's pervasive influence on the most intimate aspects of life, found himself drawn to the hushed corners of monastic libraries and the discreet exchanges that occurred beyond the watchful eyes of abbots. His journey, spurred by the bewildering pronouncements he'd overheard, led him to seek out the unofficial, the apocryphal, the very whispered guidelines that offered a more tangible, if often absurd, understanding of sanctioned intimacy. These weren't the grand pronouncements of papal bulls or the soaring rhetoric of sermons. These were the grubby, ink stained manuals, the hastily scribbled notes passed from hand to hand, the clandestine guides that attempted to codify the indefinable. He discovered, tucked away in a forgotten alcove of the scriptorium, a surprisingly well preserved, albeit thoroughly worn, leather bound volume. Its pages were thin and brittle, its cover darkened with age and the oils of countless hands that had consulted its contents. The title, barely legible in faded gilt lettering, hinted at its illicit nature. The Sinner's Guide to Positions, a practical compendium for the faithful. Elias handled it with a reverence born of both trepidation and fascination. This was not the lofty theology he expected, but something far more grounded, far more human. Opening the book was like stepping into a dimly lit chamber where pious pronouncements collided with earthy realities. The text within was a curious tapestry of theological justification and surprisingly practical, often ludicrous advice. It spoke of the sanctity of the marital union, the divine imperative to multiply, and the ever present danger of lustful indulgence. Yet interwoven with these pronouncements was a meticulous, almost scientific dissection of physical congress. It was as if the very act of lovemaking, the spontaneous dance of two souls and bodies, had to be meticulously charted and categorized to prevent it from spiraling into sinful chaos. The author, presumably a cleric of some repute, or at least of significant, albeit misguided enthusiasm, seemed to have dedicated himself to the exhaustive documentation of approved and disapproved carnal positions. The book was a testament to an era's profound obsession with control, a desperate attempt to impose order upon the inherently unruly nature of human desire. For Elias, who harbored a nascent understanding of desire as something far more fluid and less easily contained than the church would have it, this effort was both appalling and oddly captivating. The acceptable positions, as outlined in the Sinner's Guide, were largely those that emphasized the man's dominance and the woman's submission, aligning with the patriarchal structures of the age. The so-called missionary position, lauded in Beatrice's confession, was a prime example. The book explained this in painstaking detail, focusing on the man's upright posture and the woman's supine receptivity as being most conducive to avoiding pride and promoting a sense of duty. It was described as the posture of humility, a reflection of Eve's subordinate role and Adam's divinely ordained leadership. The text stressed that the man's gaze should be averted, focused on spiritual contemplation rather than carnal pleasure, and the woman should remain largely still, her role being that of passive acceptance, her mind fixed on the procreative purpose of the act. Any hint of active participation or apparent enjoyment on her part was fraught with peril, a potential descent into carnal sin. Then came the unacceptable positions, and it was here that the guide truly came alive, with a peculiar, almost comical fervor. The book detailed a veritable taxonomy of forbidden postures, each accompanied by a stern warning, and in many editions, crude woodcut illustrations. These woodcuts, rendered with a surprising lack of anatomical accuracy and a heavy dose of moralistic zeal, were often more amusing than edifying. They depicted couples in contortions that would make a seasoned acrobat blush, all intended to illustrate the gravity of their transgression. One particularly graphic illustration, labeled The Devil's Embrace, showed a man and woman in what appeared to be a rear entry position. The accompanying text warned of the dangers of the woman taking on a dominant role, her beast like posture being a clear sign of unbridled lust and a defiance of God's natural order. The guide asserted that such positions encourage the flesh over the spirit, leading to orgasmic abandon rather than solemn union. The elevation of the woman's hips was particularly condemned, as it was believed to amplify her pleasure and thus stray from the purely procreative intent. This, the book grimly noted, was akin to the pagan rites of fertility gods, a sure path to spiritual damnation. Another forbidden posture was illustrated as the couple facing each other, but with the woman straddling the man. The text declared this, the serpent's coil, a position that fostered an unseemly intimacy and invited a dangerous parity between the sexes. It was seen as an invitation for the woman to ride her husband, a metaphor that the author clearly found deeply troubling, associating it with the harlots of Babylon. The emphasis was always on maintaining a clear hierarchy, with the man firmly in control and the woman in a state of passive, if devout, compliance. Any position that allowed for prolonged eye contact or reciprocal movement was suspect, as it could easily devolve into mutual gratification rather than a God ordained duty. The guide also went into great detail about the duration of the act, the optimal times for intercourse, avoiding vigils, fast days, and feast days when the body should be solely focused on spiritual matters, and even the importance of prayer before, during, and after. It was a labyrinthine set of rules, a spiritual obstacle course designed to ensure that even the most private and potentially pleasurable of human activities remained firmly under the Church's benevolent yet suffocating gaze. Elias found himself pondering the sheer energy, the intellectual and spiritual capital that the Church poured into policing these intimate moments, the scribes who meticulously copied the scriptures, the theologians who debated points of doctrine, the confessors who extracted guilt. All of it seemed to be channeled into this relentless effort to regulate desire. It was a stark contrast to the uninhibited stirrings he sometimes felt within himself, the simple, unadorned yearning for connection that seemed so inherently human. He wondered if the very act of creating such detailed prohibitions didn't in itself serve to amplify the very desires it sought to suppress. By meticulously defining what was forbidden, the Church perhaps inadvertently painted vivid pictures in the minds of the faithful, conjuring images of the very acts they were meant to avoid. The guide, with its explicit descriptions and crude illustrations, was a prime example of this paradoxical effect. It was a testament to the era's deeply ingrained belief that human nature, left unchecked, was inherently sinful, a wild beast that needed to be tamed and disciplined by divine law, even in the privacy of the marital chamber. The book's pervasive message was clear. Pleasure was a dangerous commodity, a siren song that could lead the unwary soul to perdition. Even within the sanctioned confines of marriage, marital pleasure was to be approached with extreme caution, a necessary evil for the continuation of the human race, but one that always carried the risk of damnation. The Church, in its infinite wisdom, had provided a framework, a set of rules to navigate this treacherous terrain, ensuring that the faithful remained on the path of righteousness, even as their bodies engaged in the most primal of human acts. Elias traced the rough texture of the leather cover, a sense of melancholy washing over him. He saw in this tattered volume not just a collection of archaic rules, but a reflection of a society deeply fearful of its own desires. It was a society that, in its quest for spiritual purity, had managed to imbue even the most intimate of human connections with a profound sense of guilt and anxiety. The simple act of love, stripped of its spontaneity and joy, had been transformed into a meticulously regulated exercise, a spiritual tightrope walk where every misstep could lead to eternal damnation. The sheer volume of text, dedicated to the physical mechanics of intercourse, the detailed descriptions of what was permissible and what was not, underscored a profound disconnect between the spiritual ideals preached by the Church and the lived realities of human bodies and their undeniable needs. It was a testament to the era's obsession with categorization and control, a desire to impose a rigid order upon the fluid, often messy landscape of human passion. Elias couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for those who had to navigate this complex, often contradictory, moral landscape where even the most innocent of gestures could be fraught with theological peril. The starkly detailed pronouncements on carnal congress within the Sinner's Guide were only one facet of the Church's complex relationship with human pleasure. Elias, poring over its pages in the dim light of the scriptorium, began to perceive a curious duality. While the Church exerted an almost suffocating control over the physical manifestations of desire, it simultaneously cultivated and commanded specific avenues for what it termed spiritual merriment. This was not the spontaneous, untamed joy Elias sometimes glimpsed in the eyes of the villagers, but a carefully curated, divinely sanctioned exuberance. It was a merriment that, like so much else in medieval life, required the Church's imprimatur, a spiritual stamp of approval, to be deemed legitimate. So he found this paradox particularly evident in the rhythm of the liturgical year. The austere discipline of Lent, a period of rigorous fasting and penitence, stood in stark contrast to the riotous celebrations that followed. Elias had witnessed firsthand the transformation that occurred as the Lenten fast waned. The monks, who had subsisted on meager rations of bread and gruel, their days filled with solemn prayer and self-mortification, would emerge from their period of abstinence like prisoners released from a long confinement. The feast days, particularly Easter, were occasions of unbridled, albeit religiously framed, revelry. During these celebrations, the monastery would hum with a different kind of energy. The refectory, usually a place of quiet contemplation during meals, would be filled with the aroma of roasted meats and spiced wines. The monks, their faces flushed with good cheer and the rare indulgence, would engage in communal singing, their voices rising in joyous hymns and psalms. There was a tangible release, a letting go of the pent-up restraint of the preceding weeks. Elias observed them, noting the laughter that echoed through the cloisters, the shared jokes, and the almost festive atmosphere that permeated the sacred space. It was as if, after denying the body its sustenance, the Church then permitted it an equally emphatic, if controlled, feast. Beyond the refectory, These celebrations manifested in more public displays of devotion. Elaborate processions were a cornerstone of this spiritual merriment. Elias recalled the Corpus Christi procession, where the consecrated host, encased in a gleaming monstrance, was carried through the streets. The entire community participated, dressed in their finest clothes, banners flying, and guildsmen carrying their standards. The air throbbed with the sound of bells, the chanting of hymns, and the rhythmic beat of drums. For the common folk, these processions were not merely acts of worship, they were spectacles, opportunities for social gathering, and a communal expression of faith that was both solemn and, in its own way, exhilarating. The veneration of relics provided another fertile ground for sanctioned merriment. When a saint's relic was displayed, it was often accompanied by great ceremony. Pilgrims would flock to the site, and the days surrounding the relic's exhibition would be filled with feasting, music, and dancing. Elias had heard tales of pilgrims dancing with such fervor before the bones of a saint that they would fall into trances, speaking in tongues or experiencing visions. The Church, while acknowledging the spiritual significance of these ecstatic states, also recognized the power of communal joy to bind the faithful together and to inspire devotion. The singing and dancing were not seen as frivolous distractions, but as expressions of divine praise, a way of channeling earthly exuberance towards heavenly adoration. He remembered a particularly vivid account from an old manuscript detailing a festival honoring Saint Martin. The text described how, after a period of solemn prayer and fasting in his honor, the monks and local villagers would gather in the abbey churchyard. They would then engage in a form of communal dance, a circular movement that was both devotional and spirited. The accompanying music, played on pipes and tambourines, was described as lively and infectious. The manuscript carefully noted that this dancing was not of the lewd and lascivious kind, but a holy jig performed in honor of the saint. The distinction, Elias realized, was crucial. It was the intent, the spiritual framing, that transformed potentially sinful exuberance into righteous celebration. This careful channeling of joy seemed to Elias a testament to the Church's profound understanding of human psychology. It was not enough to simply repress desire. The Church also recognized the need for release, for outlets that could satisfy the human craving for celebration and community. By providing these structured forms of merriment, the Church essentially domesticated joy, ensuring that it served its own purposes. Pleasure, even in its most communal and celebratory forms, was not to be found in the wild, untamed spaces of popular culture, but within the hallowed precincts of religious ritual. The paradox gnawed at Elias. How could an institution that so meticulously dissected and condemned carnal pleasures also orchestrate such elaborate displays of communal delight? Was this a pragmatic recognition of human nature, a strategic concession to the irresistible tide of joy? Or was it a more insidious form of control, a method of ensuring that any expression of happiness remained tethered to ecclesiastical authority? He observed the monks, their faces alight with the satisfaction of a good meal and the camaraderie of shared celebration, and he saw not just piety, but a profound, almost animalistic relief. The fasting and feasting cycle was, in his view, a microcosm of this larger strategy. Deny the body, then reward it, but always under the watchful gaze of God and his representatives. The feast days while seemingly a departure from asceticism, were still infused with religious meaning. The food itself, when available, was often specially prepared, blessed, and consumed with a sense of gratitude for divine providence. The songs sung were praises to God, and the gatherings, however boisterous, were ultimately about reinforcing the bonds of faith and community. Elias pondered the implications for individual experience. If even joy had to be channeled, if merriment required a spiritual stamp of approval, what did this say about the nature of authentic human emotion? Was there no room for unmediated delight, for spontaneous laughter that arose from a simple moment of shared happiness, free from theological justification? He saw the peasants, their faces etched with the hardships of daily life, finding brief moments of unadulterated mirth in a village dance or a story told around a fire, and he wondered if such joys were viewed by the church as suspect, as potentially dangerous, because they were not easily controlled or directed. The church, in its wisdom, or perhaps its inherent need for order, seemed determined to offer a blueprint for even the most ephemeral of human experiences. Joy, like desire, had to be understood, categorized, and managed. The elaborate rituals, the processions, the feast days, these were the church's way of dictating the terms of merriment, of ensuring that the human spirit, in its ecstatic moments, remained firmly anchored to the spiritual realm. It was a complex dance, Elias thought, a delicate balancing act between repression and release, between the stern pronouncements of sin and the orchestrated expressions of divine favor. And he, Elias, was caught in the middle, trying to decipher the steps of this sacred, yet ultimately bewildering choreography of pleasure. The very concept of spiritual merriment felt like an oxymoron, a carefully constructed facade designed to mask a deeper, more complex reality of human emotion and societal control, a reality Elias was increasingly eager to uncover. He found himself returning to the idea of the heavenly bureaucracy of pleasure, an administration of the soul's every inclination, ensuring that no emotion, however fleeting, escaped its divine purview. This meant that even the most innocent of smiles, the most hearty of laughs, might, in the eyes of the celestial administration, require proper documentation and authorization, lest they stray into the forbidden territories of unchurched delight. It was a thought that both amused and deeply troubled him. The pervasive notion of a heavenly bureaucracy of pleasure, as Elias had begun to conceptualize it, was not merely an abstract theological construct. It was, he was discovering with growing disquiet, a tangible, if often hidden, framework that governed not only the outward expressions of joy, but also, it seemed, the secret indulgences of those in positions of spiritual authority. His initial explorations into the church's management of merriment, its careful curation of sanctioned delights, had led him to believe that control was the ultimate aim. But the reality, as it was beginning to unfold, was proving far more complex, tinged with the bitter scent of hypocrisy. His duties as a junior scribe, while often tedious, afforded him access to various corners of the abbey, places rarely seen by the common monks, or certainly the lay brothers who toiled in the fields. It was during a meticulous inventory of the abbot's private chambers, a task usually delegated to a senior monk, but assigned to Elias due to a sudden illness amongst the usual staff, that the first tangible cracks appeared in the edifice of his faith. The abbot, Father Benedict, was known for his pronouncements on temperance, his fervent sermons against gluttony, and the excesses of the flesh, particularly during the lean days of Lent. Elias had always held him in high regard, a pillar of the ascetic ideal that the monastic life purported to embody. The abbot's chambers were surprisingly Spartan at first glance. A simple wooden bed, a heavy oak table for his studies, a crucifix upon the wall, and shelves lined with theological texts. Yet beneath the surface of this prescribed austerity, a hidden world awaited discovery. While cataloging the abbot's personal effects, Elias noticed a slight unevenness in the stone floor near the hearth. Curiosity, a trait he had been taught to temper but found increasingly difficult to suppress, urged him to investigate. The stone, when he pressed it, yielded slightly. With a surge of adrenaline, he worked at the edges, his fingers finding purchase in the mortar. Slowly, painstakingly, he managed to dislodge a large flagstone, revealing a dark opening and a set of rough-hewn steps descending into the earth. The air that rose from the opening was cool and damp, carrying with it a faint but distinct aroma that was decidedly not of incense or old parchment. Armed with a flickering beeswax candle, Elias cautiously made his way down. The cellar was small, its walls of rough stone, but it was not empty. Instead of the expected dusty sacks of grain or barrels of salted fish intended for austere Lenten fare, Elias found himself surrounded by a treasure trove of forbidden delights. There were several large wooden casks, their staves bound with iron, clearly containing wine. Not the thin, watery wine the monks typically drank with their meals, but rich, dark vintages, judging by the dark stains on the wood and the heavy, complex aroma that filled the small space. Among them were amphorae sealed with wax, likely holding fine olive oil or perhaps preserved fruits, luxuries far beyond the abbey's official stores. He found also a finely woven tapestry draped over a chest, depicting a scene that was undeniably pagan in its depiction of revelry, a stark contrast to the somber religious imagery that adorned the abbey's walls. Beneath it, nestled amongst straw, were intricately carved wooden boxes containing what appeared to be candied fruits, spiced nuts, and perhaps even some form of exotic, dried meats, delicacies Elias had only read about in obscure travelers' accounts, meant only for the most privileged tables, not the humble refectory of a devout monastic order. The sheer volume and quality of these provisions were astonishing. They spoke not of sustenance, but of deliberate indulgence, of a curated pleasure hidden away from the eyes of the community. This was not the communal, sanctioned merriment Elias had observed during feast days, where even the shared indulgence was framed by prayer and religious context. This was a private, secret pleasure, hoarded and enjoyed in isolation. But the cellar held a further revelation. Tucked away in a small alcove, secured by a simple lock that Elias managed to pick with a discarded stylus, was a leather-bound ledger. It was clearly the abbot's personal journal, distinct from the official abbey records. The parchment within was of superior quality, the ink a deep, rich black. Elias, his heart pounding a nervous rhythm against his ribs, began to scan the entries. The initial pages detailed the usual monastic affairs, correspondence with distant bishops, accounts of new novices, summaries of theological debates. But as he turned the pages, the tone shifted, becoming more personal, more secretive. There were coded entries, phrases that Elias, with his growing familiarity with the Latin tongue and its more nuanced expressions, began to decipher. Mentions of late night counsel with certain devoted servants of the flesh, veiled references to shared spiritual exercises that involved more than just prayer. One particular entry, dated shortly after the Lenten fast, sent a chill down Elias's spine. The spirit soars when the flesh is properly appeased. Sister Agnes proved an exemplary companion in exploring the divine mysteries of shared devotion. Her piety is matched only by her understanding. Sister Agnes was a nun from a nearby convent, known for her quiet demeanor and her attendance at the abbey's infrequent shared services. The implication was clear and sickening. Elias stumbled out of the cellar, the flagstone replaced with trembling hands, the ledger tucked discreetly beneath his tunic. The midday sun, which had seemed so benevolent moments before, now felt harsh and accusatory. He walked through the familiar cloister, the stone arches and serene courtyards suddenly feeling like a gilded cage, a facade designed to conceal a rot at its core. The irony was a bitter draught. He had been studying the Church's meticulous regulation of pleasure, its efforts to channel every impulse, every sigh of contentment into a divine mold. And here, beneath the very chambers of the abbot, the architect of this spiritual bureaucracy, lay evidence of a private indulgence that defied every tenet of asceticism and spiritual discipline. He thought of the monks he saw daily, their faces often gaunt from fasting, their bodies weary from prayer and manual labor. He remembered their hushed conversations about the temptations of the world outside, their fervent prayers for strength against desire, and he thought of the abbot, standing before them in his resplendent vestments, his voice booming with pronouncements of self-denial, of the dangers of worldly pleasures, of the necessity of sacrificing the flesh for the salvation of the soul. The chasm between the abbot's public pronouncements and his private actions was not just a discrepancy, it was a betrayal. This was not the orderly, divinely sanctioned management of human inclination that Elias had been exploring. This was hypocrisy, raw and unadulterated, practiced by the very man who preached purity to his flock. The ledger, with its coded confessions of secret liaisons and private indulgence, painted a damning portrait of a man who held himself above the rules he enforced so rigorously upon others. The fine wines, the preserved delicacies, these were not the spoils of a well-managed spiritual economy, but the clandestine rewards of a man who had seemingly carved out his own personal exemption from the heavenly bureaucracy of pleasure. Elias's understanding of the Church's relationship with pleasure began to shift irrevocably. It wasn't just about control and channeling. It was also about the immense power of the elite to exempt themselves from the very regulations they imposed. The common monks, the lay brothers, the villagers beyond the abbey walls, they were to adhere to a strict code, their joys and desires meticulously scrutinized, and if deemed sinful, suppressed. But for men like Father Benedict, the rules seemed to bend, to warp, to disappear entirely in the privacy of their chambers. He considered the implications for his own nascent understanding of spiritual merriment. If the highest spiritual authority within the abbey engaged in such clandestine indulgence, what did that say about the legitimacy of any form of pleasure, even the sanctioned ones? Was the joy he had observed during feast days, the communal singing, the shared laughter, merely a performance, a carefully constructed charade to maintain an illusion of piety, while the true reins of pleasure were held by a select few operating in the shadows. The discovery was deeply unsettling, blurring the lines between sin and salvation, between divine will and human corruption. The ledger became a heavy weight, not just physically beneath his tunic, but morally in his conscience. He felt a profound sense of disillusionment, a gnawing suspicion that the spiritual framework he had been so diligently studying was built on a foundation of deceit. The heavenly bureaucracy of pleasure was not just a system of rules, it was a system wielded by those who could afford to interpret its dictates for their own benefit. The paradox of the church's relationship with pleasure was no longer a fascinating intellectual puzzle, it was a deeply personal and deeply troubling revelation. He looked around the familiar abbey grounds, the scent of incense now mingled with the phantom aroma of fine wine and forbidden fruits. The crucifix on the wall seemed to cast a longer, darker shadow. The abbot's pronouncements, once a source of guidance, now echoed with a hollow ring of insincerity. Elias knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that his quest to understand the Church's intricate management of human inclination had just taken a dangerous and profoundly personal turn. The carefully constructed edifice of spiritual control had a hidden, festering core, and he, Elias, had just stumbled into its dark cellar. The sanctity of the monastic life, the purity he had once believed to be its hallmark, was tainted by a hypocrisy so profound it threatened to unravel his very perception of faith. He wondered how many other such cellars lay hidden beneath the pious exteriors of the church, how many other men of God indulged in secret pleasures while preaching abstinence to the masses. The discovery was a seed of doubt, planted in the fertile ground of his youthful idealism, and he feared it would grow into a forest of suspicion, obscuring the light of faith. The abbot's pronouncements on temperance, his fervent sermons against gluttony and the excesses of the flesh, particularly during the lean days of Lent, had always seemed to Elias the very bedrock of righteous living. But the dark cellar beneath the abbot's chambers had not merely revealed hypocrisy, it had begun to cast a shadow of profound doubt over the very mechanisms of salvation the church so diligently administered. His initial fascination with the heavenly bureaucracy of pleasure had been that of an observer charting a complex, if somewhat stifling, system of spiritual economics. Now it felt more like witnessing a grand, cosmic charade, where the rules were not immutable divine laws, but rather guidelines subject to the whims and appetites of the powerful. This burgeoning disillusionment found a peculiar and unsettling validation in the very concept of penance itself. Elias had always understood penance as a necessary, albeit painful, process of cleansing, a way to atone for sins and regain God's favor. Yet as he delved deeper into the abbey's dusty archives and observed the rituals of confession and atonement, he began to perceive a disturbing absurdity, a theatricality that bordered on the grotesque. The church, it seemed, did not merely seek contrition, it sought a public, often performative demonstration of suffering, a spectacle of self abasement designed to both appease divine justice and impress upon the congregation the gravity of transgression. He recalled, with a shiver that was not entirely from the damp air of the scriptorium, a recent incident involving a farmer from the nearby village. The man, a simple soul named Thomas, had been brought before the abbot's justice not for theft or violence, but for the transgression of working his fields on the feast day of St. Jude, a minor saint whose veneration was more a matter of tradition than fervent religious observance. Thomas, it transpired, had a small patch of land, and the approaching autumn rains threatened to ruin his meager harvest. In his desperation, and perhaps in a moment of misguided pragmatism, he had continued his plowing, the dull thud of his oxen's hoofs, a sound that had unfortunately reached the ears of the Abbey's ever vigilant parish council. The pronouncement of Thomas's penance was, to Elias, a master class in the perverse artistry of medieval atonement. The abbot, Father Benedict, his face a mask of grave concern, declared that Thomas's disrespect for the sacred day demanded a penance commensurate with his perceived offense against divine order. The sentence was delivered with the gravest of tones. Each word carefully weighted. Thomas was to stand for an entire day, from the first light of dawn until the last rays of the setting sun, upon his left leg, reciting 1,000 Hail Marys. Furthermore, he was to carry a stone, roughly the size of a loaf of bread, in his clasped hands throughout this ordeal. The stone, the abbot explained with an almost unnerving precision, was to serve as a constant physical reminder of the weight of his sin. Elias had witnessed the farmer's attempt to fulfill this penance from a distance, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. Thomas, a man hardened by years of labor, possessed a resilience that was nonetheless visibly strained by this bizarre ritual. His face, already etched with the harsh lines of rural life, was now contorted with the effort of maintaining his balance. The stone, held aloft, grew heavier with each passing hour, his arms trembling, his posture stooping under its unseen burden. The rhythmic chanting of the Hail Marys, usually a soothing balm, became a desperate mantra against the encroaching agony in his leg and the gnawing hunger in his belly, for he was permitted no sustenance until the task was complete. There was a dark, almost farcical humor to the scene, a grim comedy played out against the backdrop of profound religious solemnity. The sheer physical discomfort was undeniable, the mental strain of counting 1,000 prayers while fighting the urge to collapse a significant burden. But what struck Elias most forcibly was the perceived disproportion of it all. A single day's labor, driven by the primal need to feed his family, had earned him a punishment that inflicted hours of excruciating physical and mental torment. It was as if the church, in its infinite wisdom, sought not just repentance, but a visceral, almost masochistic experience of suffering, a kind of spiritual ordeal by fire, or in this case, by wobbly leg and heavy stone. He thought of the vast array of penances described in the Abbey's penitential manuals, the catalogues of sins and their prescribed remedies. There were readings of specific psalms, fasting for days or weeks, pilgrimages to distant shrines, and of course, the ubiquitous scourging, the application of the discipline against one's own flesh. Each was presented as a necessary step on the path to divine grace, a cleansing fire to purge the soul. But as Elias began to see these rituals through the lens of the abbot's hidden cellar, through the unspoken privileges of spiritual authority, the earnestness of these acts began to fray, revealing a layer of performance and at times sheer unadulterated absurdity. The medieval mindset Elias was discovering was deeply enamored with symbolic action. Penance was not merely an internal disposition of sorrow, it was an external demonstration, a tangible act that could be seen, measured, and crucially understood by both God and man. The more painful, the more arduous, the more inconvenient the act of penance, the more it was believed to signify the depth of one's remorse and the sincerity of one's desire for absolution. This was a theology of the tangible, where the weight of a stone, the ache of a cramped muscle, or the sting of a lash were considered direct conduits to divine forgiveness. Consider the practice of wearing a hair shirt, a garment of coarse animal hair worn next to the skin, designed to chafe and irritate the flesh, a constant prickling reminder of sin. While some might genuinely find solace in such a stark discipline, Elias began to wonder about the motivations behind its widespread adoption. Was it solely a spiritual mortification, or was there also an element of social signaling, a visible sign of piety that might earn the wearer the respect or perhaps the envy of their peers, and more importantly, the favor of their spiritual superiors? The subtle pride that could arise from enduring such discomfort, the quiet satisfaction of outsuffering one's brethren, was a hypocrisy of a different sort, one that even the most rigorous penance could not always purge. The concept of satisfaction was central to this understanding of penance. It was not enough to be forgiven, one had to satisfy God's justice. This was a debt that needed to be repaid, a balance that needed to be restored. And who better to administer the terms of this repayment than the Church, the divinely appointed intermediary? The more elaborate the penance, the more it served to reinforce the Church's authority and its indispensable role in the salvation of souls. It was a self perpetuating system where the very act of seeking forgiveness depended on the Church's prescribed methods of atonement, methods that often seemed designed to inflict maximum discomfort and inconvenience. Elias remembered reading, in a particularly obscure monastic treatise, about the concept of supererogatory merits. These were good works or acts of penance performed beyond what was strictly required by divine law. The idea was that by undertaking such acts, one could accumulate spiritual credits, surplus merits that could be used to offset one's own sins or even to aid the souls of others, particularly those in purgatory. This was the theological underpinning for the most extreme forms of penance, the arduous pilgrimages, the prolonged fasts, the self-flagellation performed with an almost feverish intensity. It was a spiritual accounting system where every act of suffering was meticulously recorded, a celestial ledger balancing the debits of sin with the credits of penance. And yet this system, so seemingly rigorous and just, was undermined by the very hypocrisy Elias was beginning to uncover. If the abbot could hoard fine wines and illicit comforts, then what was the value of a monk's meager bread and water? If Sister Agnes, a nun whose piety was supposedly matched only by her understanding, was involved in secret liaisons, then what was the meaning of the virginity vows and the rigid chastity enforced upon the cloistered sisters? The carefully constructed edifice of spiritual merit and demerit began to crumble in Elias's mind, replaced by a gnawing suspicion that the scales of divine justice were being subtly, or perhaps not so subtly, manipulated by those in power. The farmer Thomas, standing precariously on one leg with a stone in his hands, became in Elias's mind a symbol of the vast majority of believers, their lives governed by a strict and often bewildering set of rules, their spiritual well-being dependent on their ability to perform the prescribed acts of contrition, no matter how absurd. They were the subjects of this vast bureaucracy of penance, while men like Father Benedict were, it seemed, its administrators, its beneficiaries, and perhaps its chief subverters. The irony was particularly sharp when Elias considered the common perception of religious life. The monk or the nun was often seen as an individual who had renounced the pleasures of the world for a life of spiritual devotion, a life of disciplined prayer and rigorous self denial. Their sacrifices were meant to be exemplary, their purity a beacon for the faithful. But what if the reality was that these sacrifices, while often genuine, were also part of a larger system that allowed for a hidden stratum of privilege and indulgence? What if the suffering for Christ was not always equally distributed, and that the most profound suffering was reserved for those who could least afford to bear it, while the masters of the spiritual economy enjoyed their private comforts? The sheer physical strain of 1,000 Hail Marys while balancing on one leg was not merely a hardship, it was an act of deliberate discomfort designed to inflict a tangible pain. It was a public spectacle of submission, a visual testament to the sinner's remorse. The abbot, by imposing such a penance, was not just seeking to punish Thomas, he was also demonstrating his own authority, his power to dictate the terms of spiritual suffering. He was, in essence, reinforcing the very system that allowed him to operate with impunity in his own hidden cellar. Elias found himself reevaluating the very nature of joy and its suppression. The church, in its pursuit of a pure and unblemished soul, seemed determined to excise every trace of secular delight from human life. Laughter was to be measured, merriment muted, and any unrestrained expression of happiness viewed with suspicion, lest it lead to pride or temptation. Penance, therefore, was not merely about atoning for past sins. It was also about preemptively suppressing any future inclination towards unbridled joy, ensuring that all happiness was channeled through sanctioned and therefore controllable religious experiences. This suppression, however, created a vacuum, a fertile ground for clandestine pleasures and hidden hypocrisies. When the overt expressions of human delight were so tightly controlled, the natural human desire for enjoyment would inevitably seek out alternative channels. And where better to find these channels than in the very institutions that claim to offer salvation, the hidden cellars of abbots, the secret rendezvous of monks and nuns, the carefully concealed caches of wine and delicacies. These were the inevitable byproducts of a system that sought to deny fundamental human needs and desires rather than to understand and integrate them within a more balanced framework. The absurdity, then, lay not just in the excessive nature of certain penances, but in the fundamental contradiction at the heart of the Church's approach to human nature. It was a system that simultaneously sought to mortify the flesh and to offer spiritual rewards, a system that preached humility while fostering hierarchy, a system that demanded absolute obedience while harboring profound hypocrisy. The farmer Thomas, in his leg aching, his hands clasped around the unforgiving stone, was a pawn in a game whose true rules Elias was only beginning to comprehend, a game where the price of joy was not always a transparent exchange of contrition for absolution, but often a convoluted, theatrical performance designed to uphold the power and privilege of a select few. The meticulous cataloging of sins, the elaborate rituals of atonement, the very theology of suffering, all of it began to feel less like a divinely ordained path to salvation and more like a meticulously crafted, if deeply flawed, human construct. a testament to the enduring paradox of faith, power, and the eternally elusive nature of true joy. The ledger in Elias's possession was not just a record of one man's failings, it was a key, unlocking a hidden chamber within the church's elaborate machinery, revealing the unsettling truth that the bureaucracy of pleasure also governed the distribution of penance with a distinctly uneven hand. The weight of Father Benedict's pronouncements, and indeed the entire established order of the abbey, pressed down upon Elias with a new and disquieting force. His journey into the shadowed corners of the institution had begun with a scholar's curiosity, a desire to understand the intricate mechanisms of salvation and the heavenly bureaucracy of pleasure as he had begun to think of it. But the abbot's cellar, a clandestine repository of forbidden wines and comforts, had exposed a profound hypocrisy, a chasm between the preached ideals and the practiced realities of those who held spiritual authority. This revelation had not merely shattered his illusion of monastic purity, it had begun to unravel his very understanding of penance. Penance, in Elias's former view, was a sacred covenant, a painful yet purifying process designed to mend the broken bond between humanity and the divine. It was the necessary counterweight to sin, a tangible expression of contrition that paved the path back to God's grace. Yet the more he observed the rituals of confession and atonement, the more he saw a disturbing element of theater, a performance designed not just for divine ears, but for earthly eyes. The penances weren't always about sincere repentance. They often seemed to be elaborate displays of suffering, spectacles of self-abasement intended to impress the congregation and perhaps to bolster the church's own perceived authority. He could still vividly recall the farmer, Thomas, a man whose simple life had been disrupted by the transgression of working his fields on a saint's day. The approaching rains, a threat to his family's survival, had driven him to labor, a practical decision that had earned him the abbot's stern judgment. The penance inflicted upon him to stand on one leg from dawn till dusk, reciting 1,000 Hail Marys while clutching a stone, struck Elias not just as cruel, but as fundamentally absurd. The sheer physical agony, the mental strain, the gnawing hunger, all for a transgression born of necessity. It was a disproportionate suffering, a theatrical display of divine displeasure that seemed more about the abbot's power than Thomas's soul. Elias's mind turned to the wealth of knowledge contained within the abbey's scriptorium, the vast array of penitential manuals, the meticulously catalogued sins, and their prescribed remedies. Hair shirts that chafed the skin, days of fasting that weakened the body, arduous pilgrimages that drained the purse and the spirit, the ubiquitous scourge that drew blood, each an instrument of spiritual cleansing, a pathway to absolution. But now, these practices seemed less like divine imperatives and more like the tools of a vast, complex system designed to inflict discomfort and, by extension, to reinforce the Church's indispensable role in the process of salvation. The more elaborate the penance, the more it underscored the necessity of the Church's mediation. The concept of satisfaction became a particularly unsettling revelation. It wasn't enough to be forgiven. One had to satisfy divine justice, to repay a debt, to restore a lost balance. And it was the Church, the divinely appointed intermediary, that dictated the terms of this repayment. This transactional understanding of salvation, where suffering was a form of spiritual currency, struck Elias as a system ripe for manipulation, and the existence of the abbot's cellar, a symbol of hidden privilege, suggested that this currency was not always equally valued or distributed. The notion of supererogatory merits further complicated Elias's understanding. The idea that one could perform good works beyond what was strictly required, accumulating spiritual credits to offset one's own sins or even to aid the souls in purgatory, provided the theological justification for the most extreme forms of self mortification. It painted a picture of a celestial ledger where every act of suffering was meticulously recorded, a cosmic accounting system balancing sin with penance. But if the administrators of this system, the abbots and the higher clergy, were themselves indulging in hidden pleasures, then what did these meticulously recorded acts of suffering truly signify? The hypocrisy Elias was uncovering was not merely a matter of personal failing, it was systemic. If the abbot could hoard fine wines, while a farmer endured agonies for a day's labor, if cloistered nuns were involved in clandestine affairs, while their vows of chastity were paraded as exemplary, then the entire edifice of spiritual merit and demerit began to seem like a carefully constructed illusion. The scales of divine justice, it appeared, were being tipped by earthly hands. The farmer Thomas, with his aching leg and his burden stone, was a symbol of the many, their lives governed by a rigid, often inscrutable set of rules, their spiritual well being dependent on their willingness to perform prescribed acts of contrition, no matter how bizarre. They were the subjects of this spiritual economy, while men like Father Benedict were its architects, its beneficiaries, and its most egregious subverters. The prevailing image of monastic life, a life of renunciation, of spiritual devotion, of rigorous self denial, was, Elias realized, a carefully curated facade. While many monks and nuns undoubtedly made genuine sacrifices, these sacrifices were, in his evolving understanding, part of a larger system that allowed for a hidden stratum of privilege. The suffering for Christ was not a shared burden. It was a burden disproportionately borne by those who could least afford it, while those at the apex of the spiritual hierarchy enjoyed their private comforts, their hidden indulgences. The physical toll of Thomas's penance, the hours spent balancing on one leg, the repetition of prayers, the weight of the stone, it was an act of deliberate discomfort, a public performance of submission that underscored the abbot's authority. The abbot wasn't just punishing a transgression, he was reinforcing the very system that allowed him to operate with impunity, to maintain his hidden cellar and his clandestine pleasures. And in doing so, he was perpetuating the cycle of penance and hypocrisy. Elias found himself contemplating the Church's relentless pursuit of purity, its apparent determination to excise every trace of secular delight from human existence. Merriment was to be restrained, laughter muted, and unrestrained joy viewed with suspicion, a potential gateway to pride or temptation. Penance, therefore, wasn't solely about atoning for past sins. It was also about preemptively suppressing any future inclination towards unbridled happiness, ensuring that all pleasure was channeled through sanctioned, controllable religious experiences. This suppression, however, inevitably created a vacuum, a space where forbidden pleasures and hidden hypocrisies could flourish. When overt expressions of joy were so tightly policed, the natural human yearning for enjoyment would inevitably seek alternative routes, and where better to find them than within the very institutions that claimed to offer salvation? The hidden sellers, the secret liaisons, the carefully concealed indulgences, these were the inevitable consequences of a system that sought to deny fundamental human needs and desires rather than to integrate them. The absurdity, then, was not confined to the excessive nature of certain penances, but resided in the fundamental contradiction at the core of the Church's approach to human nature. It was a system that simultaneously sought to mortify the flesh and to promise spiritual rewards, that preached humility while fostering a rigid hierarchy, that demanded absolute obedience while harboring profound hypocrisy. The farmer Thomas, his leg throbbing, his hands clasped around the unyielding stone, was a pawn in a game whose true rules Elias was only beginning to decipher. It was a game where the price of joy was not a transparent exchange of contrition for absolution, but a convoluted, theatrical performance designed to uphold the power and privilege of a select few. The meticulous cataloging of sins, the elaborate rituals of atonement, the very theology of suffering, all of it began to feel less like a divinely ordained path to salvation and more like a meticulously crafted, albeit deeply flawed, human construct, a testament to the enduring paradox of faith, power, and the eternally elusive nature of true joy. The ledger Elias possessed was more than just a record of one man's failings. It was a key, unlocking a hidden chamber within the church's elaborate machinery, revealing the unsettling truth that the bureaucracy of pleasure also governed the distribution of penance with a distinctly uneven hand. The intimacy of confession, a space intended for the unburdening of the soul, had become, Elias surmised, a complex negotiation between genuine remorse and carefully crafted narrative. He had witnessed it himself, the veiled language, the euphemisms that cloaked the raw edges of human desire. Now his thoughts turned to a particular confession he had overheard, a hushed exchange between a woman named Beatrice and Father Thomas. Beatrice, her voice barely a whisper, had returned to the confessional, her previous confession seeming to have opened a floodgate of introspection. This time, her words carried a new weight, a palpable struggle with a desire for her husband that felt to her excessive, almost sinful. "Forgive me, Father," she had begun, her voice trembling, "but I confess to an eagerness, a longing that feels perhaps unseemly. My husband, bless him, is a good man, but sometimes my heart, it burns with a heat that I fear is not of God." Elias could only imagine the scene from the woman's perspective, the dim light of the confessional, the heavy curtain separating her from the priest, the air thick with the scent of incense and whispered sins. She was a creature of flesh and blood, her desires as natural as the beating of her heart, yet she was forced to frame them within the narrow confines of religious doctrine, to confess them as potential trespasses. Father Thomas, Elias surmised, was not merely a confessor, but a subtle manipulator of spiritual discourse. He himself, Elias now understood with chilling clarity, harbored his own suppressed urges, his own internal battles against the very desires he was meant to guide others away from. He was a man caught between the rigid dictates of his vows and the undeniable currents of human passion, a conflict that likely fueled his convoluted explanations. "My daughter," Father Thomas had responded, his voice a low murmur, likely a practiced cadence designed to soothe and to assert authority. "The flesh is a vessel of many humors. What you describe may be an imbalance, a surge of vital spirits that have been stirred by the alignment of the spheres, perhaps. The very stars themselves dictate our inclinations, and when they are in conjunction, they can awaken a fire within us that can feel overwhelming. Elias found the explanation fascinating in its artful evasion. The mention of humors and celestial alignments served as a sophisticated deflection, a way to externalize the source of Beatrice's desire, to remove it from her own agency, from her own sensuality. It was a testament to the Church's ability to reframe human experience, to translate the visceral into the theological, the earthly into the celestial. But, Father, Beatrice had pressed, her voice laced with a desperate sincerity, is it truly so wrong to feel this way, to cherish my husband's touch, to find solace and joy in his embrace? The question hung in the air, a simple plea for validation, for a less condemnatory understanding of her own feelings. Elias imagined Father Thomas hesitating for a fraction of a second, wrestling with his own ingrained dogma and perhaps a flicker of empathy before delivering his carefully constructed response. Joy, my daughter, is a divine gift, but it must be tempered with discernment. Excessive ardor, an unbridled passion, can like a raging fire consume the very things it seeks to warm. We must seek not to extinguish the flame, but to guide its heat, to channel its energy towards the procreation of heirs and the strengthening of the marital bond as ordained by God. Anything beyond this, any desire that leads to distraction from spiritual matters or that borders on the carnal for its own sake, must be acknowledged as a temptation, a whisper from the adversary. The distinction was subtle, yet profound. Beatrice's desire for her husband, a natural, and Elias would argue, healthy expression of marital affection, was reframed as a potential temptation if it exceeded a narrowly defined utilitarian purpose. The Church, through its priests, was not merely absolving sins, it was actively shaping and policing human intimacy, dictating the acceptable parameters of pleasure within marriage. The confessions revealed the deep-seated anxieties that permeated medieval society, particularly concerning the body and its desires. These anxieties were not simply a matter of personal morality. They were woven into the very fabric of religious teaching, reinforced by the pronouncements of men like Father Thomas, who, in their attempts to reconcile desire with dogma, often ended up creating more confusion than clarity. The convoluted explanations, the recourse to astrology, and the theory of humors were all part of a complex apologetic, a way for the Church to maintain its authority over the messy, unpredictable realm of human sexuality. Elias pondered the implications of this constant redirection of desire. If every intense feeling, every passionate embrace, every moment of shared intimacy that transcended mere procreation was to be viewed with suspicion, then the Church was effectively amputating a vital part of human experience. It was a system that, in its attempt to purify, risked rendering life itself sterile. The desire for connection, for pleasure, for unadulterated affection, these were not deviations from the divine plan, Elias was beginning to believe, but rather intrinsic aspects of God's creation, aspects that the Church, in its fear of corruption, was systematically attempting to suppress. He considered the weight of Beatrice's confession, the internal conflict it represented. She was a wife, a woman, and her desires were a part of her identity. Yet she was compelled to seek a priest's absolution for feeling too much love, too much yearning for her husband. Father Thomas's words, while seemingly offering a form of guidance, ultimately served to reinforce the very anxieties that plagued her. He provided a framework that pathologized her natural feelings, attributing them to imbalances of humors or the influence of the stars, rather than acknowledging them as legitimate expressions of human connection. This manipulation of desire, Elias realized, was a powerful tool of control. By framing any intense emotion, particularly those related to physical intimacy, as a potential sin or a deviation from divine will, the Church could ensure that individuals remained dependent on its ministrations for guidance and absolution. The confessionals, those hushed spaces of supposed intimacy, became arenas where the Church asserted its dominion over the most private aspects of human life, dictating not only what was permissible, but also what was considered natural. The contrast with the hidden life of the abbey, with the abbot's secret cellar, and the unspoken privileges of the clergy, was stark and damning. While the faithful, like Beatrice, were encouraged to find fault in their own desires, to seek absolution for feelings of love and affection, those in power indulged in pleasures that were far more tangible and far less spiritual. The heavenly bureaucracy of pleasure was, it seemed, a terrestrial bureaucracy as well, with its own set of rules, its own hidden vaults, and its own beneficiaries. Elias felt a surge of empathy for Beatrice, for all those who navigated the treacherous terrain of medieval piety, forced to reconcile their innate human desires with the often contradictory dictates of their faith. The Church's complex theological frameworks, its intricate explanations involving humors and stars, were not always instruments of liberation, but often chains, binding individuals to a narrow, fear driven understanding of their own existence. The true burden, Elias concluded, was not in the confession itself, but in the system that made confession and the convoluted explanations it necessitated, a cornerstone of spiritual life. The price of joy, it seemed, was not just penance, but the constant suppression and reframing of one's most fundamental human feelings. The visiting friar, Brother Alaric, was a man whose zeal seemed to consume him, his voice a fervent instrument that echoed through the cloistered halls of the abbey. Elias found himself drawn into the orbit of his preaching, a rare occurrence in his otherwise solitary studies. Alaric spoke of the pervasive dangers lurking in the everyday, of the subtle temptations that could ensnare the unwary soul and pull it away from the singular focus on divine love. His words painted a stark picture of a world brimming with spiritual pitfalls where even the most innocent of pleasures could become a conduit for sin. Consider, brethren, Alaric proclaimed, his eyes alight with an almost feverish intensity, the simple apple plucked from the bough in the fullness of summer, its blush a crimson promise, its scent a sweet invitation. To the unvigilant, it is merely fruit, a fleeting delight for the palate. But I tell you, this is a deception. For if one savors that apple with too much eagerness, if the juices run down one's chin with unbridled relish, if the mind lingers on the sweetness beyond the mere sustenance it provides, then one has already strayed. One has allowed a worldly delight to usurp the place of heavenly contemplation. That simple apple, in its very perfection, becomes a snare, a miniature Eden turned serpent. Elias listened, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. He remembered the quiet satisfaction he had once derived from a perfectly ripe pear, its honeyed flesh melting on his tongue, a simple moment of pleasure that had felt entirely harmless. Now Alaric's words cast a shadow over that memory, twisting it into an act of potential transgression. The friar's meticulous dissection of earthly delights was a stark illustration of the intellectual gymnastics employed by the clergy to maintain their doctrines of restraint. Alaric's sermon continued, his gaze sweeping over the assembled monks, many of whom shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny. He moved from the tangible to the textual, his attention turning to the Song of Solomon, a book in the Holy Scriptures that, to Elias, sang with a vibrant, albeit complex, beauty, but to Alaric, its verses were a battleground, a text to be wrestled into submission, its passionate declarations reinterpreted through the rigid lens of asceticism. And what of the bride's lament? My beloved is gone down into his garden, to the beds of spices, to feed in the gardens, and to gather lilies? Alaric declaimed, his voice ringing with conviction. Some, blinded by their carnal imaginations, would see in this a simple description of earthly courtship, of physical longing. But we, enlightened by divine grace, understand its true meaning. This is not the garden of man, but the celestial garden of God's presence. The beloved is Christ himself, and his bride, the church, or indeed each faithful soul. The beds of spices are the virtues, the lilies, the purity of the elect. To feed in the gardens is to partake of God's grace, to nourish the soul with his divine presence. There is no room for sensual interpretation here, for that would be to profane the sacred text, to imbue it with the very earthly desires we must strive to renounce. He continued this rigorous deconstruction, verse by verse, stripping away any trace of sensual meaning, any suggestion of human intimacy or passionate connection. The tender exchanges, the expressions of yearning, the very poetry of love that Elias found so compelling, were systematically reduced to allegorical representations of spiritual devotion. The friar spoke of the mouth like a fountain of water, not as a symbol of beauty or passion, but as a metaphor for the outpouring of divine wisdom. The neck like a tower of ivory was transformed from an image of grace and allure into a representation of steadfast faith, unyielding and pure. The embrace of the beloved, Alaric declared, his voice rising in fervor, is not the clasp of human arms, but the enveloping grace of the Holy Spirit. The kiss of his mouth is not a physical sensation, but the infusion of divine truth into the soul. We must be vigilant against any reading that allows the earthly to contaminate the heavenly, any interpretation that permits the flesh to intrude upon the spirit's ascent. Elias found himself caught in a peculiar position, caught between the undeniable beauty and emotional resonance of the Song of Solomon as he understood it, and the chillingly logical, albeit distorted interpretation offered by Brother Alaric. He admired in a detached, scholarly way the sheer ingenuity of Alaric's exegesis. It was a testament to the era's sophisticated, yet often repressive theological frameworks, designed to control and channel human inclination, to ensure that no aspect of life, no matter how seemingly innocent, escaped the Church's pervasive influence. The friar's arguments, though couched in biblical language and theological reasoning, were fundamentally about restraint. They were about imposing limits on human experience, about categorizing and controlling desire. The ultimate goal was to ensure that all enjoyment, all pleasure, was channeled through approved religious conduits, mediated by the Church and ultimately directed towards God, but in a manner that was meticulously defined and regulated. Any deviation, any expression of joy that was deemed excessive, untempered, or too directly linked to the physical was to be viewed with suspicion as a potential gateway to pride, lust, or other forms of spiritual corruption. This theological scaffolding, Elias realized, was not merely about preventing individual sin, it was about reinforcing the church's authority. By meticulously defining what constituted acceptable pleasure and what constituted sinful indulgence, the church positioned itself as the sole arbiter of human happiness, the ultimate gatekeeper between earthly delight and heavenly reward. The more the clergy could demonstrate the inherent dangers of unregulated enjoyment, the more indispensable their role became in guiding the faithful towards salvation, and in doing so, the more power they consolidated. Alaric's sermon was a masterclass in this art of theological control. He didn't simply forbid pleasure, he meticulously constructed a theological argument that rendered certain pleasures inherently dangerous, thus justifying their suppression. The very act of enjoying something too deeply, too passionately, was framed as a theological error, a failure to maintain the proper spiritual discipline. The taste of ripe fruit, the beauty of a verse, the warmth of human affection, all were potential sites of spiritual battle, requiring constant vigilance and the guiding hand of the church to navigate safely. Elias found himself reflecting on the broader implications of this approach. If the church's theological justifications for restraint were so pervasive, so intricately woven into the very fabric of religious understanding, then what hope was there for a more integrated, a more holistic view of human nature? If even the most beautiful expressions of human love, as found in the Song of Solomon, were to be systematically stripped of their sensual richness and reinterpreted as purely allegorical, then what was being lost? It seemed to Elias that the church, in its zealous pursuit of spiritual purity, was inadvertently impoverishing the human experience, amputating vital aspects of what it meant to be human, to feel, to love, and to find joy in the world. The theological justifications for restraint were not simply abstract doctrines, they had tangible consequences for the lives of ordinary people. They informed the confessions heard, the penances assigned, and the overall moral landscape within which individuals navigated their existence. Alaric's pronouncements, echoing the sentiments of countless sermons and theological treatises, served as a constant reminder that pleasure was not a gift to be enjoyed freely, but a dangerous commodity, requiring careful management and constant supervision by those who claimed to hold the keys to eternal salvation. The intricate reinterpretation of Scripture, the sophisticated arguments about humors and celestial influences, and the relentless focus on the potential for sin, even in the most innocent of delights, all of it served a singular purpose: to maintain control. By framing worldly pleasures as inherently perilous, the Church ensured its own indispensable role as the protector, the guide, and ultimately the dispenser of all legitimate joy. Elias saw in Brother Alaric not just a devout friar, but a skilled architect of a theological edifice designed to restrain the very impulses that made life, for all its struggles, so vibrant and so deeply human. The price of joy, it was clear, was not merely a matter of penance, it was a perpetual, carefully reasoned, and divinely sanctioned abstention. The stifling incense of piety, so expertly administered by Brother Alaric, left Elias with a lingering sense of hollowness. The cloistered walls, once a sanctuary for study, now felt like a gilded cage, the silence punctuated only by the rustle of parchment and the whispered anxieties of the brethren. The friar's eloquent dissections of sin, his ability to find spiritual peril in the curve of an apple or the cadence of a psalm, had succeeded not in fostering devotion, but in breeding a deep, unsettling apprehension. Every thought, every fleeting sensation seemed to carry the potential for a fall, a descent into the abyss of divine displeasure. Elias found himself longing for a different kind of breath, a release from the oppressive atmosphere of perpetual vigilance. It was on a crisp autumn evening, the air carrying the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, that Elias found himself drawn, almost against his will, towards the distant murmur of revelry. The sound, faint at first, grew more insistent as he ventured beyond the abbey's carefully tended gardens, a melodic counterpoint to the mournful chant that had been the soundtrack to his days. The path, less traveled and more overgrown than the abbey's smooth flagstones, led him inevitably towards the village, huddled at the foot of the hill, its lights twinkling like fallen stars against the deepening twilight. The tavern, when he reached it, was a boisterous heart, beating within the slumbering body of the village. The door, propped open to welcome the cool night air, spilled forth a chaotic symphony of sound, the raucous laughter of men, the high-pitched trill of a fiddle, and the rhythmic thud of dancing feet. Elias, accustomed to the hushed reverence of the scriptorium, felt a jolt of mingled apprehension and exhilaration. This was a world apart, a realm where the strictures of monastic life held no sway, where the very air thrummed with a raw, untamed vitality. He hesitated at the threshold, his black habit a stark contrast to the colorful, homespun garments of the villagers within. He was an outsider, a man of God in a place that seemed to exist in a delightful defiance of godly pronouncements. Yet the lure of shared humanity, of unfeigned joy, was a potent force. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The warmth of the place was immediate, a palpable wave of heat and humanity washing over him. Torches flickered, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn beams and whitewashed walls. The air was thick with the mingled aromas of spilled ale, roasting meat, and the faint, earthy scent of unwashed bodies. It was a sensory overload, a riot of experiences that stood in such stark opposition to the carefully curated austerity of the abbey. A group of men, their faces flushed with drink and merriment, were gathered around a table, their voices raised in song. The tune was unfamiliar to Elias, a rollicking, infectious melody that seemed to speak of earthly delights and mischievous deeds. The lyrics, when he could decipher them through the din, told the story of a cunning peasant who had outwitted a haughty priest, pilfering a fat goose from the churchyard and making off with it under the priest's very nose. The chorus, sung with gusto and punctuated by slaps on tables, mocked the priest's ignorance and celebrated the peasant's shrewdness. He swore by his beads, and he swore by his cross, the men bellowed, their voices rough but full of life, that the goose in the coop was the devil's own boss, but our young lad, he just winked and he smiled, and the goose in his sack, it was happily piled. Elias watched, a bemused smile touching his lips. This was not the kind of piety he was accustomed to. This was a faith, or perhaps a lack of it, that found humor in the failings of the clergy, that celebrated earthly cunning over spiritual obedience. It was a form of rebellion, he realized, a subtle yet persistent undercurrent of defiance against the established order. As the song ended, a woman with a bright kerchief tied around her hair began to clap her hands in time with the new tune, coaxing a fiddler with a weathered face into a lively jig. Soon, couples were swirling across the packed earth floor, their movements uninhibited and joyful. There was a freedom in their steps, a lack of self consciousness that Elias found both captivating and unnerving. He had seen the monks shuffle through their processions, their movements dictated by ritual and restraint. This was different. This was the unbridled expression of the body, a celebration of physical connection and rhythm. He found a relatively quiet corner, leaning against a sturdy wooden pillar, and watched. He saw the way the villagers interacted, their laughter easy, their gestures open. They spoke of harvests and livestock, of local gossip and impending market days. But interwoven with these mundane concerns were tales of a different sort, stories that would never find their way into the pious narratives of the monastic library. One old man, his beard grizzled and his eyes twinkling with mischief, leaned over to his companion and began to recount a tale. Elias, straining to hear, caught snippets of conversation that spoke of a local miller who, it was rumored, had a secret stash of wine hidden beneath his floorboards, wine that he liberally shared with those who knew the secret handshake. Another story involved a young woman who, tired of her arranged betrothal to a wealthy but unpleasant man, had feigned a sudden madness, dancing wildly and speaking gibberish until her suitor, terrified of her affliction, had fled back to his own village, leaving her free. These were not the grand pronouncements of salvation or the dire warnings of damnation that dominated Elias's world. These were small, human triumphs, acts of defiance against the constraints of social and religious expectation. They were whispers of freedom in a world that often demanded conformity. The merriment here was not the measured, God approved delight that Brother Alaric had alluded to, the sort that found its ultimate expression in solemn hymns and controlled adoration. This was a raucous, earthy, and, Elias suspected, thoroughly sinful kind of joy. He saw a young couple, their hands clasped tightly, steal a moment away from the dancing. Their whispered conversation, their shared glances, were filled with a warmth and intimacy that the Song of Solomon, in Brother Alaric's sterile interpretation, could never capture. Elias remembered his own fleeting thoughts of affection for a maiden he had glimpsed in the village market years ago, a memory that had been quickly buried beneath layers of guilt and self recrimination. Here, such natural human feelings seemed to be not a source of shame, but a vital part of the tapestry of life. The tavern keeper, a stout woman with a booming laugh, moved among the patrons, replenishing tankards and exchanging banter. She seemed to possess an innate understanding of her clientele, knowing when to offer a comforting word and when to join in the boisterous jest. Her presence itself was a form of informal governance, a testament to the ways in which community and joy could flourish outside the formal structures of authority. As the night wore on, Elias found himself drawn into the periphery of the revelry. He accepted a cup of ale offered by a farmer who mistook his habit for a sign of travel weariness rather than religious vocation. The ale was strong and bitter, a far cry from the watered down fare of the monastery, and it sent a pleasant warmth through his veins. He listened to the conversations, absorbing the unvarnished realities of village life. They spoke of hard labor, of capricious weather, of the ever present threat of disease and famine. But even in the face of hardship, there was a remarkable resilience, a capacity for finding moments of light and laughter. He heard a song sung by a lone woman with a surprisingly powerful voice that spoke of a nun who, weary of her vows, had secretly fallen in love with a knight. The lyrics were daring, hinting at clandestine meetings and stolen kisses, at a yearning for a life of passion that the convent walls could not contain. The song was not presented as a cautionary tale, but as a poignant expression of a forbidden desire, a testament to the enduring power of human love, even within the confines of religious life. The bells they did chime, for matins and prime, but her heart beat a rhythm of a different time. For a knight in his armor, with eyes of the sea, had whispered her name 'neath the old willow tree. The melody was melancholic, yet beautiful, and as the woman sang, a hush fell over the tavern. Even in their merriment, the villagers seemed to recognize the unspoken truths that lay beneath the surface of their lives, the hidden desires and sacrifices that were part of the human condition. Elias, though he did not partake in the dancing or the singing, felt a profound sense of connection to these people, their unpretentious joy, their ability to find solace and celebration in each other's company was a stark contrast to the often stifled emotional landscape of the monastery. Brother Alaric's pronouncements about the dangers of earthly pleasure suddenly seemed hollow, even absurd, in the face of this vibrant display of life. He realized that the Church's condemnation of sinful merriment was not a reflection of inherent evil in such activities, but rather a reflection of its desire to control. Unsanctioned joy, particularly that which celebrated human cleverness, physical pleasure, or challenged clerical authority, was a threat to the Church's monopoly on defining what was good and acceptable. The tavern, with its boisterous songs and earthy tales, was a small but potent pocket of resistance, a place where the natural inclinations of humanity were allowed to breathe. As the night began to wane and the revelers started to depart, Elias made his way back towards the abbey. The air was cooler now, carrying the promise of dawn. He walked with a lighter step than when he had left, the echoes of laughter and song still resonating within him. He carried with him not a newfound desire for sin, but a dawning understanding of the resilience of the human spirit, its innate drive to find joy and connection, even in the face of prescribed abstinence and spiritual austerity. The art of sinful merriment, as he had witnessed it, was not about malice or destruction. It was about the affirmation of life, the simple, unadulterated pleasure of being alive, of sharing a laugh, of dancing to a tune, of telling a story that celebrated the cunning and resilience of the common folk. It was a reminder that the human heart, despite all attempts to regulate and control it, possessed its own rhythm, its own song, and its own irrepressible need for joy. The stark contrast between the enforced piety of his daily life and the vibrant, defiant celebration he had witnessed in the village tavern left Elias with a growing awareness of the complex and often contradictory nature of faith and human desire. The path to salvation, it seemed, was not as singular or as straightforward as Brother Alaric's sermons suggested. The discovery of Abbot Theron's surprisingly well stocked cellar, a secret trove of aged wines and spiced mead hidden beneath the monastery's usually austere refectory, was not an isolated incident, nor was it merely a personal indulgence for the abbot alone. Elias, his initial shock giving way to a growing unease, began to perceive this privilege not as an aberration, but as a symptom of a deeply ingrained societal structure. The very men who preached abstinence and self denial to the flock often lived lives of conspicuous comfort, their spiritual authority seemingly affording them a unique immunity from the very rules they enforced. His reflections were not confined to the immediate vicinity of his own abbey. Whispers, like seeds carried on the wind, began to reach him, tales that confirmed his burgeoning suspicions. He heard, for instance, of a certain Bishop Armand, whose diocese was known for its pious pronouncements, but whose private chambers were reputedly furnished with silks imported from the East, and whose table groaned under the weight of dishes prepared with spices that were the exclusive luxury of kings and potentates. These were not mere rumors of comfortable living. They were accounts of extravagance that bordered on the ostentatious, a stark contrast to the hardship faced by the vast majority of the populace. Bishop Armand's banquets, it was said, were legendary not for their spiritual edification, but for the sheer opulence of the fare, the abundance of rare wines, and the presence of singers and jesters whose performances were far removed from the solemn chants of monastic liturgy. To the common folk, who often scraped by on meager rations, who knew the gnawing pangs of hunger and the constant anxieties of survival, such displays of wealth within the clergy were not simply a matter of envy, but a profound betrayal of their sacred trust. Elias also recalled, with a fresh wave of discomfort, a hushed conversation he had once overheard between two older monks. They had spoken, in veiled terms, of certain brethren who maintained servants in nearby villages, women whose true relationship to these holy men was an open secret among those in the know. These were not the chaste companions of a monastic ideal, but women with whom priests and monks shared their lives, their beds, and it was implied, their illicitly acquired wealth. The Church, in its public pronouncements, condemned such behavior with fire and brimstone, deeming it a grave sin that threatened the very fabric of salvation. Yet these whispered accounts suggested a more flexible reality, a discreet turning of a blind eye, a tacit acceptance of practices that were strictly forbidden to the laity. The very notion of a priest or a monk holding concubines, engaging in relationships that were both spiritually damning and socially scandalous, while simultaneously ministering to the spiritual needs of the community, struck Elias as a deep seated hypocrisy. It created a moral chasm, a sense that the rules of God were not applied equally, but were subject to the status and influence of those who wielded them. Furthermore, the specter of commerce within the clergy loomed large in Elias's growing awareness. He learned of priests who acted as merchants, buying and selling goods, accumulating wealth through shrewd dealings, and often engaging in practices that would have been deemed usurious or exploitative if undertaken by a layman. A local priest, Father Thomas, had a reputation for being a shrewd businessman, his small stipend seemingly augmented by ventures that involved livestock trading, the lending of small sums of money at interest, and the purchase and resale of agricultural produce. While the Church officially discouraged such temporal pursuits for its clergy, Viewing them as distractions from spiritual duties, the reality on the ground was often quite different. Elias had witnessed Father Thomas haggling over the price of wool with a sheep farmer, his argument sharp and his gaze calculating, a far cry from the gentle shepherd tending his flock that the scriptures described. The very prohibition of trade for the clergy was meant to prevent them from becoming entangled in worldly greed, to keep them focused on heavenly matters. But when priests themselves became the most successful traders, accumulating wealth that far surpassed that of the average villager, the prohibition lost its moral force and became merely an empty pronouncement. This stark disparity in practice, this evident double standard, was a source of a quiet, simmering resentment among the populace. Elias observed it in the subtle shifts of expression on the faces of villagers when the clergy were discussed, in the knowing glances exchanged when a particularly wealthy cleric passed by. It was a resentment born not necessarily of envy for the clergy's possessions, but of a deep-seated sense of injustice. The common man, bound by law and scripture to a life of humility and often hardship, saw the clergy enjoying a freedom from these constraints, a freedom that seemed to be a reward for their holy office rather than a consequence of it. They were, in essence, playing by different rules. Elias's disillusionment deepened with each new realization. The church, the institution meant to be the bedrock of divine law and moral purity, appeared to be riddled with a hypocrisy that undermined its very authority. The ease with which the powerful within the church manipulated spiritual rules for personal gain was a constant, gnawing concern. It was as if the carefully constructed edifice of faith was being subtly undermined from within, its foundations eroded by the very hands that were meant to protect it. The pronouncements of Brother Alaric, with their relentless focus on the sins of the laity, their lusts, their gluttony, their worldly ambitions, seemed tragically hollow when Elias contrasted them with the behaviors he was beginning to uncover within the clergy itself. He pondered the nature of these exemptions. Were they formalized, documented privileges, or were they simply the unwritten rules of a powerful elite? He suspected it was a combination of both. There were certainly historical precedents for certain clerical exemptions, privileges granted by kings and popes to safeguard the church's autonomy and wealth. Clerics, for instance, were often exempt from secular jurisdiction to be judged only by ecclesiastical courts. This meant that crimes that would have landed a layman in the stocks or the dungeons might, for a priest, result in a penance or a period of enforced prayer. The severity of punishment, too, was often far less for a clergyman. While a peasant caught stealing a loaf of bread might face brutal punishment, a priest caught embezzling funds might simply be moved to a different parish, his sin effectively swept under the ecclesiastical rug. This was particularly evident in matters of finance. The church possessed vast tracts of land, collected tithes, and received numerous donations. While the ultimate purpose was supposedly to support the work of God, the management of these immense resources often fell into the hands of individuals who were not immune to the temptations of wealth. The church actively discouraged usury, the lending of money at interest, for the laity, framing it as a sin that exploited the poor. Yet many monastic institutions and bishops themselves engaged in lending practices, often charging rates of interest that were considered exorbitant by secular standards. The abbots and bishops, as administrators of church property, were in a unique position to profit from these activities, amassing personal fortunes that were then often passed down through families, creating dynasties of wealthy clergymen. Elias imagined a conversation between a desperate farmer facing ruin from a poor harvest and a stern faced bishop. The farmer, needing to borrow money to survive, would be met with pronouncements on the sin of debt and the virtues of enduring hardship. Yet behind closed doors, the bishop might be assessing the farmer's livestock or his land as collateral for a loan, the terms of which would ensure a handsome return for the church and perhaps a significant personal bonus for the bishop himself. The farmer would be bound by law and fear of eternal damnation to repay his debt, while the bishop, operating under the guise of pious stewardship, would be protected by the very authority he represented. The exemptions extended even to matters of personal conduct, creating a complex and often contradictory moral landscape. While the church preached celibacy for its priests and monks, the reality was that many clergy engaged in relationships, sometimes openly and with the tacit approval of their superiors. These relationships, if discovered among the laity, would be condemned as fornication or adultery, leading to public shame and spiritual penalties. Yet for a clergyman, such transgressions might be overlooked, or at worst, result in a minor penance. The concept of clerical privilege meant that they were often insulated from the social consequences that would have befallen ordinary people. This not only fostered a sense of impunity, but also created a breeding ground for moral corruption. The very individuals who were tasked with upholding the sanctity of marriage and the purity of the family were in some cases themselves the architects of its subversion, their private lives a stark contradiction to their public pronouncements. The implications of this were far reaching. It meant that the church, while outwardly appearing as a bulwark of moral rectitude, was in fact a complex institution where power, wealth, and privilege often trumped the very principles it espoused. The common person, struggling to live a life of piety and adherence to the rules, could not help but notice that the rewards for virtue seemed to be distributed unevenly. Those at the top, the bishops, abbots, and wealthy priests, seemed to enjoy a level of freedom and prosperity that was denied to the vast majority. This perception of unfairness was a potent source of disillusionment, eroding the faith and trust that the church relied upon. Elias's mind returned to the songs he had heard in the village tavern. There was a recurring theme in many of these folk tales and ballads, the cunning peasant outwitting the greedy or hypocritical priest. These were not just simple stories, they were expressions of a deeply felt grievance, a way for the populace to articulate their frustrations with the perceived injustices of the social order, a significant part of which was dictated by the church. The priest who was more interested in the price of grain than the salvation of souls, the bishop who feasted while his flock starved, the monks who indulged in forbidden pleasures while preaching abstinence. These were the figures that populated the songs and the tavern tales, figures of ridicule and scorn, but also figures who represented a very real and pervasive source of resentment. The irony was not lost on Elias that the very institution that claimed to offer spiritual liberation often seemed to be the architect of earthly burdens. The taxes, the tithes, the fees for sacraments, all were designed to support the church and its clergy. When those who collected these dues lived lives of opulent ease, exempt from the very rules of conduct they imposed. It was natural for the people to question the fairness and the legitimacy of the entire system. The ease with which the powerful manipulated spiritual rules for personal gain was not merely a matter of individual failing. It was a systemic issue, a reflection of the hierarchical and often corrupt nature of the church's internal workings. He began to understand that the price of joy was not just a matter of personal penance or the renunciation of worldly pleasures. For the common man, the price of joy was often dictated by the demands of an institution that seemed to benefit most from its suppression. The clergy's exemptions, whether explicit or implicit, created a stark dichotomy between the spiritual ideals preached and the material realities lived. This dichotomy was a constant source of friction, a quiet battle being waged in the hearts and minds of the people, a battle between faith and fairness, between devotion and disillusionment. The hollowness Elias had felt in the cloister was beginning to be filled with a new understanding, a dawning realization of the profound hypocrisy that permeated the very institution he had dedicated his life to. The path to salvation, it seemed, was not as straightforward as Brother Alaric's pronouncements suggested, and the price of joy was far more complex than simply abstaining from earthly delights. It involved grappling with the uncomfortable truth that the keepers of spiritual purity were themselves often mired in worldly compromise. The air in the village square, thick with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth, often carried more than just the mundane aromas of daily life. It carried the weight of pronouncements, the thunder of sermons that echoed from the parish church, promising salvation to the faithful and an eternity of torment to the sinners. For Elias, observing the bowed heads and the averted gazes of the villagers, it was evident that the church's most potent weapon was not the grand architecture of its cathedrals or the solemnity of its rituals, but the primal, unyielding terror of hellfire. This was the ultimate tool of control, a constant shadow cast over every moment of potential deviation, every fleeting thought of carnal pleasure or worldly ambition. He had witnessed it firsthand in the recent sermon delivered by Father Michael, a man whose face was perpetually etched with a grim piety. The good father had painted a vivid tableau of the infernal realms, a landscape of searing flames, suffocating sulphurous fumes, and the ceaseless agonizing screams of the damned. His voice, rising and falling with dramatic fervor, described souls being flayed by demonic claws, their flesh perpetually regenerating, only to be torn anew, of molten lead being poured into their eyes and ears, a torment meant to reflect their earthly indulgence in sights and sounds that displeased God. The descriptions were graphic, visceral, designed not to inspire contrition through understanding, but to paralyze with sheer, unadulterated horror. Elias saw the effect it had, a tremor passing through the assembled villagers, a tightening of lips, a quickening of breaths. Children clutched their mothers' skirts, their wide eyes reflecting the infernal visions conjured by the priest. Even the men, hardened by labor and life's harsh realities, shifted uneasily, their gazes fixed on some distant point, perhaps already seeing the flames licking at their own feet. The fear was palpable, a tangible presence that seemed to condense the very air they breathed. A single misstep, a moment of excessive enjoyment, whether a second helping of stew, a lingering glance at a comely maiden, or a laugh that was too hearty, was presented as a potential ticket to this eternal suffering. The church meticulously cataloged sins, from the grand transgressions of heresy and murder to the seemingly minor offense of pride, envy, and sloth. Each was a stepping stone on the path to perdition, and the sermons served as constant, grim reminders of the precariousness of one's salvation. The fear of damnation was not a passive belief. It was an active, animating force that shaped the contours of daily life, dictating choices, suppressing desires, and ensuring a watchful, anxious adherence to the Church's rigid doctrines. Elias remembered, with a chilling clarity, the tales whispered in hushed tones by the older villagers. They spoke of neighbors who, in their youth, had been fond of dancing and merriment, of indulging in the occasional cup of wine too many. In their final moments, these individuals, so the stories went, were plagued by visions of demons, their deathbeds filled with their own terrified cries as they were dragged to the abyss. These narratives, embellished with each retelling, served as potent deterrents, reinforcing the sermons and solidifying the ingrained belief that any enjoyment outside the narrow confines of approved religious activity was a perilous gamble with one's eternal soul. The sheer efficacy of this psychological warfare was undeniable. It was a masterful manipulation of the human psyche, preying on the deepest anxieties about mortality and the unknown beyond. He began to question, however, the true nature of this pervasive fear. Did it truly extinguish desire, or did it merely drive it underground, forcing it to fester in the secret places of the heart? Elias observed that while outward compliance was often absolute, the inner life of the villagers seemed a complex tapestry woven with both devotion and suppressed longing. He saw the sidelong glances, the quick smiles exchanged when a priest's back was turned, the furtive gestures of affection between young lovers that belied the outward piety. These were not necessarily acts of defiance, but rather the natural stirrings of the human spirit, seeking expression even in the shadow of eternal threat. The Church, in its earnest pursuit of spiritual purity, seemed to be engaged in a constant, losing battle against the inherent vitality of human nature. Consider the feast days, sanctioned by the Church as occasions for communal celebration and thanksgiving. While the official purpose was to honor saints and divine providence, these days invariably devolved into periods of unrestrained feasting, drinking, and revelry. The abstinence demanded during Lent was meticulously observed by many, but the pent-up desires released during these sanctioned celebrations were undeniable. Elias saw the villagers, after a long period of strict adherence, throw themselves into these festivities with a gusto that bordered on desperation. They ate heartily, drank deeply, and sang songs that were often bawdy and irreverent, their laughter echoing across the fields. Was this a true expression of faith, or was it a desperate attempt to reclaim a sliver of earthly joy before returning to the austerity of daily life and the looming threat of hell? It was a delicate balancing act, a constant negotiation between the demands of the spiritual and the urges of the flesh. The Church, in its response to such excesses, often employed a two-pronged approach. On one hand, there were the sermons that thundered against gluttony and intemperance, reminding attendees of the hellish consequences of such indulgence. On the other hand, there were the local priests who, while upholding the official doctrine, often turned a blind eye to minor transgressions, particularly if the offending villagers were generous with their tithes. Elias had seen Father Michael accept a plump goose from a farmer who had clearly consumed more than his fair share of the communal ale, a subtle exchange that spoke volumes about the pragmatic realities of church village relations. This leniency, however, only served to blur the lines, creating an environment where the fear of damnation was tempered by the understanding that earthly wealth and social standing could to some extent mitigate divine judgment. The psychological impact of this constant tension was profound. It bred a form of ingrained anxiety, a perpetual awareness of one's own potential for sin. Every pleasure was suspect, every moment of uninhibited joy a potential prelude to eternal agony. This could lead to a morbid introspection, a constant self scrutiny that paradoxically might foster the very thoughts and feelings it sought to suppress. The forbidden became more alluring, the suppressed desire amplified by its very concealment. Elias wondered if the church, in its zeal to prevent sin, was inadvertently creating a more fertile ground for it, driving the natural human inclination towards pleasure into the shadows where it could mutate and fester. He recalled overhearing a conversation between two women in the market. One, a widow named Agnes, confessed to Elias her deep seated guilt over a recent moment of pleasure she had experienced while tending her small garden. She had been admiring the vibrant hues of the marigolds, feeling a surge of simple, unadulterated delight, and for a terrifying moment she had felt a pang of dread, imagining the devil lurking in the very petals, whispering temptations into her ear. The other woman, Martha, had tried to comfort her, assuring her that a moment of appreciation for God's creation was not a sin. Yet Agnes remained unconvinced, her fear of hell overriding any rationalization. But what if it was a moment of pride? Agnes had whispered, her voice trembling. What if I was admiring my own handiwork, the neatness of my rows rather than God's bounty? This internal conflict, this constant interrogation of one's own motives and feelings, was a heavy burden to bear. It seemed to leave little room for genuine, uncomplicated joy. The sermons on hell served another purpose, however, beyond mere deterrence. They provided a framework for understanding the world, for explaining suffering and misfortune. A poor harvest, a lingering illness, the death of a child, these were often interpreted as divine punishments for the sins of the community, or perhaps for the unacknowledged transgressions of the individuals themselves. This attribution of cause and effect, while terrifying, offered a sense of order, however grim. It meant that suffering was not random or meaningless, but a consequence of actions, and therefore potentially avoidable. This belief, in turn, reinforced the necessity of adhering to the Church's teachings and of seeking absolution for one's sins. Yet Elias also observed acts of genuine piety and devotion that were not born of fear, but of a deep and sincere faith. He saw the quiet dedication of the nuns in the abbey, their lives devoted to prayer and service. He witnessed the villagers' earnest prayers for good health and bountiful harvests, their offerings placed at the altar with a palpable sense of hope. These were not acts of appeasing a vengeful deity, but expressions of a genuine desire for connection with the divine, a yearning for grace and redemption. This duality, the coexistence of fear and faith, was perhaps the most complex aspect of the medieval spiritual landscape. The Church, in its use of hellfire as a primary motivator, had created a powerful, albeit fraught, relationship between its flock and the divine. The threat of eternal damnation also played a significant role in the social hierarchy. The clergy, while preaching the universality of God's judgment, often benefited from a degree of insulation from its most severe consequences. As Elias had observed, clerical privilege often meant that spiritual offenses were met with ecclesiastical penance rather than the harsh punishments meted out to lay people. This created a subtle but pervasive message that the rules applied differently to those who administered them, while a peasant caught in a moment of passion might face public shaming and excommunication. A priest might receive a reprimand and be reassigned to a distant parish. This perception of a double standard, while not explicitly tied to the sermons on hell, certainly contributed to the underlying anxieties about fairness and divine justice. If earthly justice was unevenly applied, how could one be certain that divine justice would be any different? The Church's vast network of confessionals also played a crucial role in this system of control. Within the hushed confines of the confessional booth, the priest acted as an intermediary, a confidant, and most importantly, a judge. The sins confessed were not merely recorded, they were weighed, categorized, and assigned a penance, the severity of which was often directly proportional to the perceived gravity of the transgression. Elias understood that this intimate ritual, while intended to foster reconciliation, was also a powerful tool for surveillance and reinforcement of doctrine. The priest, privy to the innermost thoughts and actions of his parishioners, could subtly guide their behavior, reminding them of the omnipresent threat of damnation if they strayed from the prescribed path. The very act of confessing, of laying bare one's soul, was an affirmation of the Church's authority and the reality of hell. He considered the nature of desire itself in this context. Was it inherently sinful? The Church seemed to suggest so, framing all worldly cravings for food, for comfort, for companionship, for beauty as potential avenues for temptation. The ideal was detachment, a spiritual discipline that renounced all earthly attachments. Yet Elias could not reconcile this ideal with the vibrant, passionate nature of the people he knew, their love for their families, their appreciation for a good harvest, their simple pleasures. These were the very things that made life worth living. To deny these entirely seemed not only impossible, but also, in a strange way, a denial of the very humanity that God had bestowed upon them. The Church's relentless condemnation of desire therefore created a profound internal conflict for many, a constant wrestling with their own nature. The pervasive fear of hell was not simply a theological construct, it was a deeply ingrained cultural and psychological reality. It permeated art, literature, and everyday conversation. The skeletal figures of death, the allegorical representations of the Last Judgment, the vivid imagery of demonic torment found in illuminated manuscripts, all served to reinforce the Church's message. This constant bombardment of morbid imagery ensured that the threat of damnation remained ever present, a chilling counterpoint to the fleeting joys of earthly existence. It was a powerful, albeit grim, foundation upon which the medieval social and religious order was built, a foundation of fear that, while ensuring outward conformity, also sowed the seeds of a deeper, more complex relationship with faith, desire, and the ever-looming possibility of eternal punishment. The intricate dance between appeasing God and succumbing to temptation was a central drama of medieval life, a drama played out in the hearts of every soul under the shadow of hellfire. The pronouncements from the pulpit, once the unwavering voice of divine truth, now echoed in Elias's mind with a discordant note. It wasn't the existence of the Almighty that troubled him, nor the promise of heavenly reward. His burgeoning unease stemmed from the very earthly hands that claimed to interpret God's will, from the meticulous cataloging of human experience into rigid categories of sin and salvation. He began to suspect that the Church's relentless focus on the suppression of physical pleasure was not merely a misguided zeal for spiritual purity, but perhaps a deliberate deflection from deeper, more profound truths about the divine. What if the very essence of God's love, the immeasurable grace that so many sought in vain, was not to be found in the sterile negation of earthly joys, but in their very embrace and understanding? The relentless discourse on damnation, the vivid descriptions of hell's torments, while undeniably effective in instilling fear, seemed to Elias to create a skewed perception of the divine. It painted a God who was more akin to a vengeful overseer, perpetually waiting to pounce on any perceived transgression, rather than a benevolent creator who instilled within humanity a capacity for love, for beauty, for simple, unadulterated joy. He found himself questioning whether the Church, in its fervent desire to keep souls from the clutches of Satan, had inadvertently cast a pall over the very essence of life itself. Every shared meal, every tender glance, every moment of genuine laughter, all were scrutinized, weighed, and often found wanting, tainted by the ever-present possibility of sin. This was not a path to enlightenment. It felt more like a gilded cage, designed to protect the soul by stifling its very ability to experience the world. He found himself increasingly drawn to the hushed conversations that drifted from the periphery of the learned world, whispers that, to Elias, held the glint of genuine intellectual curiosity, a rare commodity in a society dominated by dogma. He sought out the company of those who dared to think, even if their thoughts were spoken only in the guarded privacy of a study or a dimly lit tavern corner. These were not the fervent evangelists, nor the stern-faced inquisitors, but men who grappled with the complexities of Scripture, who questioned the interpretations of centuries, and who, like Elias himself, felt a gnawing dissonance between the teachings they were expected to uphold and the lived reality of the human heart. One evening, he found himself in the company of Brother Thomas, a monk from a neighboring, albeit smaller, priory. Thomas possessed a quiet intensity, a mind that seemed to constantly churn with unanswered questions. They sat in the cool, damp air of a secluded cloister garden, the scent of night-blooming jasmine heavy around them, a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere of fear often cultivated within the monastery walls. "Do you not find it curious, Elias?" Thomas began, his voice barely above a whisper, "that our earthly existence, so rich with sensation, with beauty, with the very tangible presence of God's creation, is so readily dismissed as a source of temptation? The vibrant plumage of a bird, the delicate scent of a rose, the warmth of the sun on one's skin, are these not also whispers of the divine?" Elias nodded, a sense of profound recognition washing over him. "Indeed, Brother Thomas, it is as if the Church fears that if we find joy in these earthly gifts, we might forget to seek the spiritual ones. But what if the two are not mutually exclusive? What if the appreciation of beauty, the experience of pleasure, is a way of honoring the Creator, of recognizing the divine spark within the material world. Thomas turned his gaze towards the star-dusted sky, his brow furrowed in thought. Some of the elder scholars, those who still pore over ancient texts in the libraries, they speak of different interpretations. They speak of a God who rejoices in the flourishing of his creation, who sees not sin and desire, but a natural inclination, a spark that, when properly understood and guided, can lead one closer to him. They whisper of a divine love that is not conditional on the mortification of the flesh, but embraces the totality of our being. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. But such ideas, Elias, are dangerous. To question the pronouncements of the established church is to invite scrutiny, and scrutiny in these times often leads to condemnation. This caution, this palpable fear of reprisal, only underscored the significance of their conversation. It was not just Elias, nor just Brother Thomas who harbored these doubts. The seeds of questioning, though buried deep beneath layers of enforced piety, were beginning to sprout. He had, in recent weeks, encountered similar sentiments, albeit expressed with even greater circumspection. A young curate, recently assigned to a nearby village, had been overheard lamenting the fact that his sermons, filled with the thunder of hellfire, seemed to inspire more dread than genuine contrition. They tremble, the curate had confided to a sympathetic farmer. But do they truly understand? Do they truly believe in the love that forgives, or only in the punishment that condemns? Even among some of the lower clergy, those who were closer to the daily struggles and simple joys of the common people, Elias sensed a weariness with the constant emphasis on sin. They were the ones who saw the genuine piety of a mother praying for her ailing child, the honest labor of a farmer tilling his fields, the quiet devotion of a craftsman at his bench. These were not the actions of souls teetering on the brink of eternal damnation, but of individuals striving to live good, honorable lives. To paint all such endeavors with the brush of potential sin seemed to Elias increasingly wrong. He recalled a conversation with a grizzled stonemason, a man named Gareth, whose hands, calloused and strong, had shaped the very stones of the village church. Gareth, after a particularly fiery sermon, had grumbled to Elias, "Father Michael speaks of lust as if it were a consuming plague. Yet when my wife and I share a quiet moment, a moment of warmth and affection after a long day's toil, is that truly an act that warrants eternal torment? Is the natural bond between man and wife a bond blessed by God Himself, to be feared above all else?" Gareth's words, born of common sense and lived experience, resonated deeply with Elias. They chipped away at the edifice of fear, revealing the human reality beneath. The church's rigid stance on physical pleasure felt like an oversimplification, a clumsy attempt to control a force that was far more complex and perhaps far more divine than they allowed. Desire, Elias began to realize, was not inherently wicked. It was a fundamental aspect of creation, a driving force that propelled life forward, that fostered connection, that inspired art and poetry. To demonize it entirely was to deny a part of God's design. He started to wonder if the church's obsessive focus on regulating physical pleasure was a way of asserting control, of maintaining the established order, rather than a genuine concern for the spiritual well-being of the flock. He saw how this ideology created a constant internal conflict. People were taught to suppress their natural inclinations, to distrust their own desires, to view any moment of uninhibited joy with suspicion. This inevitably led to a form of psychological repression where suppressed desires did not disappear, but festered beneath the surface, manifesting in anxiety, in guilt, and in a gnawing sense of unease. The very act of trying to avoid sin often seemed to make individuals more preoccupied with it, turning their thoughts inwards, dissecting every feeling, every impulse for hidden transgressions. Elias began to see this not as a path to salvation, but as a profound misdirection. The true path, he mused, might lie not in the rigid suppression of the flesh, but in the intelligent understanding and integration of its desires. It was a dangerous thought, a notion that challenged the very foundations of the religious and social order. To embrace earthly joy, to find pleasure in the tangible world, was to step onto a path that diverged sharply from the one illuminated by the flickering torch of damnation. It was a path that led away from the fearful obedience demanded by the church and towards a more personal, more intuitive understanding of faith. He overheard a conversation between two scribes in the scriptorium, their voices low and urgent. They spoke of a banned manuscript, a treatise purportedly written by a long dead hermit, which argued that the ecstasy experienced during moments of profound spiritual revelation was not dissimilar to the intense emotions associated with earthly love or even physical intimacy. The scribes, while outwardly dismissive of such heretical ramblings, betrayed a keen interest, their eyes darting about as if fearing they were being overheard. The very existence of such forbidden texts circulating in the shadows was a testament to the fact that the questioning was not isolated to Elias, nor confined to the whispers of the marginalized. It was a quiet, growing murmur within the intellectual circles of the church itself. The path Elias was now tentatively treading was fraught with peril. To doubt the church's interpretations was to court ostracism, and in some cases, far worse. Yet the more he reflected, the more he listened to the subtle dissent, the more the fear of damnation seemed like a tool of manipulation rather than a genuine reflection of divine justice. He began to feel a sense of liberation, a quiet thrill at the prospect of forging his own understanding, of seeking a spiritual truth that did not require the negation of his own humanity. This was not a rebellion of overt defiance, but a subtle internal shift, a growing skepticism that might, in time, blossom into something far more profound. He was embarking on a journey away from the shadows of hellfire and towards the uncertain yet compelling dawn of doubt. The meticulous regulation of pleasure by the church often struck Elias as a curious paradox. While the pronouncements from the pulpit painted a stark picture of eternal torment for even the most minor transgression, the reality of human experience seemed far more nuanced. He observed that the very intensity with which certain pleasures were condemned often seemed to heighten their allure, much like the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. The church's rigid adherence to a doctrine that seemed to demonize natural human inclinations struck him as a potentially flawed, even counterproductive approach to spiritual guidance. What if, he pondered, the divine intended for humanity to experience the full spectrum of life, to understand the nuances of joy and sorrow, of desire and fulfillment, rather than to retreat into a state of perpetual, fearful abstinence? He found himself increasingly drawn to the concept of balance, of moderation, rather than outright condemnation. The ancient Greek philosophers, whose works, though largely inaccessible to the common folk, were occasionally referenced in learned circles, spoke of the importance of arete, of excellence, which often involved the judicious application of reason to temper and guide desires. Could it be that the Church, in its eagerness to prevent the excesses of sin, had entirely bypassed the possibility of virtuous engagement with the world's pleasures? The idea that the divine might find joy in the flourishing of life, in the appreciation of beauty, in the warmth of human connection, began to take root in Elias's mind, a quiet counterpoint to the relentless warnings of hellfire. This growing internal conflict was not a sudden storm, but a gradual erosion of certainty, a slow dawning of questions that had previously been held at bay by the sheer force of ingrained belief and communal pressure. He saw how this constant emphasis on avoiding sin could lead to a form of spiritual paralysis, where individuals were so afraid of making a mistake that they dared not truly live. The vibrant tapestry of human existence, with its rich hues of emotion and experience, was reduced to a muted gray, a landscape of fear and apprehension. The Church, in its mission to save souls, seemed to be inadvertently stifling the very life it was meant to nurture. The hushed conversations Elias now sought out were not merely intellectual exercises, they were acts of intellectual survival. In a world where deviation from the prescribed path could have severe consequences, the sharing of doubt, however cautiously, was a way of validating one's own thoughts, of finding solidarity in a shared sense of unease. He discovered that even within the monastic orders, men who had dedicated their lives to God grappled with similar questions, albeit cloaked in layers of theological debate and scriptural exegesis. The rigid pronouncements of the Church, when subjected to rigorous scholarly examination, often revealed fissures, inconsistencies, and ambiguities that fueled further inquiry. He remembered a particularly clandestine meeting with a canon from the cathedral in a nearby city, a man known for his sharp intellect and his more liberal interpretation of certain theological points. The canon, after ensuring that they were unobserved, had spoken of the tyranny of fear that gripped the faithful. "We preach of a loving God," the canon had lamented, his voice laced with a weariness that Elias recognized. "Yet our sermons are filled with the imagery of demons and eternal torment. We speak of his infinite mercy, yet we offer salvation only through a labyrinth of rules and prohibitions, where every misstep carries the weight of eternal damnation. Is this truly the gospel, or is it a self-serving apparatus designed to maintain order and control?" The canon's words struck Elias with the force of revelation. It was precisely this disconnect that Elias had been sensing. The Church, in its pursuit of absolute control, seemed to have lost sight of the very essence of divine love and mercy. The obsession with regulating physical pleasure was not, perhaps, a matter of spiritual purity, but a more earthly concern with social order and the consolidation of ecclesiastical power. By framing every earthly delight as a potential pathway to sin, the Church effectively positioned itself as the sole arbiter of what was permissible, thereby reinforcing its authority and ensuring the obedience of its flock. This subtle rebellion, this burgeoning intellectual curiosity, was a dangerous path. In an era where theological dissent could lead to accusations of heresy, Elias understood the risks involved. Yet the internal imperative to understand, to question, was becoming too strong to ignore. The fear of damnation, so powerfully invoked by the church, was beginning to wane, replaced by a more profound fear, the fear of living a life unexamined, a life dictated by dogma rather than by truth. He was stepping away from the comfortable certainty of inherited belief and into the unsettling yet exhilarating landscape of personal conviction, a journey marked by the quiet, persistent dawn of doubt. The pronouncements from the pulpit, once the unwavering voice of divine truth, now echoed in Elias's mind with a discordant note. It wasn't the existence of the Almighty that troubled him, nor the promise of heavenly reward. His burgeoning unease stemmed from the very earthly hands that claimed to interpret God's will, from the meticulous cataloging of human experience into rigid categories of sin and salvation. He began to suspect that the church's relentless focus on the suppression of physical pleasure was not merely a misguided zeal for spiritual purity, but perhaps a deliberate deflection from deeper, more profound truths about the divine. What if the very essence of God's love, the immeasurable grace that so many sought in vain, was not to be found in the sterile negation of earthly joys, but in their very embrace and understanding? The relentless discourse on damnation, the vivid descriptions of hell's torments, while undeniably effective in instilling fear, seemed to Elias to create a skewed perception of the divine. It painted a God who was more akin to a vengeful overseer, perpetually waiting to pounce on any perceived transgression, rather than a benevolent creator who instilled within humanity a capacity for love, for beauty, for simple, unadulterated joy. He found himself questioning whether the church, in its fervent desire to keep souls from the clutches of Satan, had inadvertently cast a pall over the very essence of life itself. Every shared meal, every tender glance, every moment of genuine laughter, all were scrutinized, weighed, and often found wanting, tainted by the ever present possibility of sin. This was not a path to enlightenment. It felt more like a gilded cage, designed to protect the soul by stifling its very ability to experience the world. He found himself increasingly drawn to the hushed conversations that drifted from the periphery of the learned world, whispers that, to Elias, held the glint of genuine intellectual curiosity, a rare commodity in a society dominated by dogma. He sought out the company of those who dared to think, even if their thoughts were spoken only in the guarded privacy of a study or a dimly lit tavern corner. These were not the fervent evangelists, nor the stern faced inquisitors, but men who grappled with the complexities of Scripture, who questioned the interpretations of centuries, and who, like Elias himself, felt a gnawing dissonance between the teachings they were expected to uphold and the lived reality of the human heart. One evening, he found himself in the company of Brother Thomas, a monk from a neighboring, albeit smaller, priory. Thomas possessed a quiet intensity, a mind that seemed to constantly churn with unanswered questions. They sat in the cool, damp air of a secluded cloister garden, the scent of night-blooming jasmine heavy around them, a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere of fear often cultivated within the monastery walls. "Do you not find it curious, Elias?" Thomas began, his voice barely above a whisper, "that our earthly existence, so rich with sensation, with beauty, with the very tangible presence of God's creation, is so readily dismissed as a source of temptation? The vibrant plumage of a bird, the delicate scent of a rose, the warmth of the sun on one's skin, are these not also whispers of the divine?" Elias nodded, a sense of profound recognition washing over him. Indeed, Brother Thomas, it is as if the Church fears that if we find joy in these earthly gifts, we might forget to seek the spiritual ones. But what if the two are not mutually exclusive? What if the appreciation of beauty, the experience of pleasure, is a way of honoring the Creator, of recognizing the divine spark within the material world? Thomas turned his gaze towards the star-dusted sky, his brow furrowed in thought. Some of the elder scholars, those who still pore over ancient texts in the libraries, they speak of different interpretations. They speak of a God who rejoices in the flourishing of his creation, who sees not sin and desire, but a natural inclination, a spark that, when properly understood and guided, can lead one closer to him. They whisper of a divine love that is not conditional on the mortification of the flesh, but embraces the totality of our being. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. But such ideas, Elias, are dangerous. To question the pronouncements of the established church is to invite scrutiny, and scrutiny in these times often leads to condemnation. This caution, this palpable fear of reprisal, only underscored the significance of their conversation. It was not just Elias, nor just Brother Thomas who harbored these doubts. The seeds of questioning, though buried deep beneath layers of enforced piety, were beginning to sprout. He had, in recent weeks, encountered similar sentiments, albeit expressed with even greater circumspection. A young curate, recently assigned to a nearby village, had been overheard lamenting the fact that his sermons, filled with the thunder of hellfire, seemed to inspire more dread than genuine contrition. They tremble, the curate had confided to a sympathetic farmer. But do they truly understand? Do they truly believe in the love that forgives, or only in the punishment that condemns? Even among some of the lower clergy, those who were closer to the daily struggles and simple joys of the common people, Elias sensed a weariness with the constant emphasis on sin. They were the ones who saw the genuine piety of a mother praying for her ailing child, the honest labor of a farmer tilling his fields, the quiet devotion of a craftsman at his bench. These were not the actions of souls teetering on the brink of eternal damnation, but of individuals striving to live good, honorable lives. To paint all such endeavors with the brush of potential sin seemed to Elias increasingly wrong. He recalled a conversation with a grizzled stonemason, a man named Gareth, whose hands, calloused and strong, had shaped the very stones of the village church. Gareth, after a particularly fiery sermon, had grumbled to Elias, "Father Michael speaks of lust as if it were a consuming plague. Yet when my wife and I share a quiet moment, a moment of warmth and affection after a long day's toil, is that truly an act that warrants eternal torment? Is the natural bond between man and wife a bond blessed by God Himself, to be feared above all else?" Gareth's words, born of common sense and lived experience, resonated deeply with Elias. They chipped away at the edifice of fear, revealing the human reality beneath. The church's rigid stance on physical pleasure felt like an oversimplification, a clumsy attempt to control a force that was far more complex and perhaps far more divine than they allowed. Desire, Elias began to realize, was not inherently wicked. It was a fundamental aspect of creation, a driving force that propelled life forward, that fostered connection, that inspired art and poetry. To demonize it entirely was to deny a part of God's design. He started to wonder if the church's obsessive focus on regulating physical pleasure was a way of asserting control, of maintaining the established order, rather than a genuine concern for the spiritual well being of the flock. He saw how this ideology created a constant internal conflict. People were taught to suppress their natural inclinations, to distrust their own desires, to view any moment of uninhibited joy with suspicion. This inevitably led to a form of psychological repression where suppressed desires did not disappear, but festered beneath the surface, manifesting in anxiety, in guilt, and in a gnawing sense of unease. The very act of trying to avoid sin often seemed to make individuals more preoccupied with it, turning their thoughts inwards, dissecting every feeling, every impulse for hidden transgressions. Elias began to see this not as a path to salvation, but as a profound misdirection. The true path, he mused, might lie not in the rigid suppression of the flesh, but in the intelligent understanding and integration of its desires. It was a dangerous thought, a notion that challenged the very foundations of the religious and social order. To embrace earthly joy, to find pleasure in the tangible world, was to step onto a path that diverged sharply from the one illuminated by the flickering torch of damnation. It was a path that led away from the fearful obedience demanded by the church and towards a more personal, more intuitive understanding of faith. He overheard a conversation between two scribes in the scriptorium, their voices low and urgent. They spoke of a banned manuscript, a treatise purportedly written by a long dead hermit, which argued that the ecstasy experienced during moments of profound spiritual revelation was not dissimilar to the intense emotions associated with earthly love or even physical intimacy. The scribes, while outwardly dismissive of such heretical ramblings, betrayed a keen interest, their eyes darting about as if fearing they were being overheard. The very existence of such forbidden texts circulating in the shadows was a testament to the fact that the questioning was not isolated to Elias, nor confined to the whispers of the marginalized. It was a quiet, growing murmur within the intellectual circles of the church itself. The path Elias was now tentatively treading was fraught with peril. To doubt the church's interpretations was to court ostracism, and in some cases, far worse. Yet the more he reflected, the more he listened to the subtle dissent, the more the fear of damnation seemed like a tool of manipulation rather than a genuine reflection of divine justice. He began to feel a sense of liberation, a quiet thrill at the prospect of forging his own understanding, of seeking a spiritual truth that did not require the negation of his own humanity. This was not a rebellion of overt defiance, but a subtle internal shift, a growing skepticism that might, in time, blossom into something far more profound. He was embarking on a journey away from the shadows of hellfire and towards the uncertain yet compelling dawn of doubt. The meticulous regulation of pleasure by the church often struck Elias as a curious paradox. While the pronouncements from the pulpit painted a stark picture of eternal torment for even the most minor transgression, the reality of human experience seemed far more nuanced. He observed that the very intensity with which certain pleasures were condemned often seemed to heighten their allure, much like the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. The church's rigid adherence to a doctrine that seemed to demonize natural human inclinations struck him as a potentially flawed, even counterproductive approach to spiritual guidance. What if, he pondered, The divine intended for humanity to experience the full spectrum of life, to understand the nuances of joy and sorrow, of desire and fulfillment, rather than to retreat into a state of perpetual, fearful abstinence. He found himself increasingly drawn to the concept of balance, of moderation, rather than outright condemnation. The ancient Greek philosophers, whose works, though largely inaccessible to the common folk, were occasionally referenced in learned circles, spoke of the importance of arete, of excellence, which often involved the judicious application of reason to temper and guide desires. Could it be that the Church, in its eagerness to prevent the excesses of sin, had entirely bypassed the possibility of virtuous engagement with the world's pleasures? The idea that the divine might find joy in the flourishing of life, in the appreciation of beauty, in the warmth of human connection, began to take root in Elias's mind, a quiet counterpoint to the relentless warnings of hellfire. This growing internal conflict was not a sudden storm, but a gradual erosion of certainty, a slow dawning of questions that had previously been held at bay by the sheer force of ingrained belief and communal pressure. He saw how this constant emphasis on avoiding sin could lead to a form of spiritual paralysis, where individuals were so afraid of making a mistake that they dared not truly live. The vibrant tapestry of human existence, with its rich hues of emotion and experience, was reduced to a muted gray, a landscape of fear and apprehension. The Church, in its mission to save souls, seemed to be inadvertently stifling the very life it was meant to nurture. The hushed conversations Elias now sought out were not merely intellectual exercises, they were acts of intellectual survival. In a world where deviation from the prescribed path could have severe consequences, the sharing of doubt, however cautiously, was a way of validating one's own thoughts, of finding solidarity in a shared sense of unease. He discovered that even within the monastic orders, men who had dedicated their lives to God grappled with similar questions, albeit cloaked in layers of theological debate and scriptural exegesis. The rigid pronouncements of the Church, when subjected to rigorous scholarly examination, often revealed fissures, inconsistencies, and ambiguities that fueled further inquiry. He remembered a particularly clandestine meeting with a canon from the cathedral in a nearby city, a man known for his sharp intellect and his more liberal interpretation of certain theological points. The canon, after ensuring that they were unobserved, had spoken of the tyranny of fear that gripped the faithful. "We preach of a loving God," the canon had lamented, his voice laced with a weariness that Elias recognized. "Yet our sermons are filled with the imagery of demons and eternal torment. We speak of his infinite mercy, yet we offer salvation only through a labyrinth of rules and prohibitions, where every misstep carries the weight of eternal damnation. Is this truly the gospel, or is it a self-serving apparatus designed to maintain order and control?" The canon's words struck Elias with the force of revelation. It was precisely this disconnect that Elias had been sensing. The Church, in its pursuit of absolute control, seemed to have lost sight of the very essence of divine love and mercy. The obsession with regulating physical pleasure was not, perhaps, a matter of spiritual purity, but a more earthly concern with social order and the consolidation of ecclesiastical power. By framing every earthly delight as a potential pathway to sin, the Church effectively positioned itself as the sole arbiter of what was permissible, thereby reinforcing its authority and ensuring the obedience of its flock. This subtle rebellion, this burgeoning intellectual curiosity, was a dangerous path. In an era where theological dissent could lead to accusations of heresy, Elias understood the risks involved. Yet the internal imperative to understand, to question, was becoming too strong to ignore. The fear of damnation, so powerfully invoked by the Church, was beginning to wane, replaced by a more profound fear. The fear of living a life unexamined, a life dictated by dogma rather than by truth. He was stepping away from the comfortable certainty of inherited belief and into the unsettling yet exhilarating landscape of personal conviction, a journey marked by the quiet, persistent dawn of doubt. Amidst the Church's stern pronouncements, however, human connection and genuine affection continued to bloom, often in quiet defiance of clerical warnings. Beatrice, Elias's wife, found a profound, unadorned joy in the simple kindness of her husband, a pleasure that transcended the prescribed rituals and positions the priests so meticulously detailed. Their shared glances across a crowded room, the comfortable warmth of their hands intertwined as they walked through the village, represented a form of intimacy that the Church, with all its decrees and doctrines, could never fully regulate or condemn. This subtle resilience of the human heart, this persistence of genuine connection, served as a quiet counterpoint to the Church's attempts to categorize and control every facet of love and desire. The Church's teachings often framed love as a precarious balance, easily tipped into the abyss of lust and sin. Marital intimacy, while acknowledged as necessary for procreation, was to be approached with a detached reverence, devoid of personal pleasure, a duty performed rather than a shared experience. Elias had heard countless sermons on the dangers of unchaste thoughts and the seductive power of the flesh, even within the sacred bond of marriage. Yet he saw in Beatrice a testament to a different truth. Her smile when he returned from his studies, the gentle touch of her hand on his arm, the shared laughter over a simple meal, these were not acts of sinful indulgence, but expressions of a deep, abiding affection that nourished his soul. He remembered an instance when Beatrice had been ill, a fever that had clung to her for days, leaving her pale and weak. Elias had sat by her bedside, holding her hand, his heart aching with a love that was both profound and earthly. He had whispered words of comfort, of reassurance, and she, in her feverish state, had responded with a soft sigh, her fingers tightening around his. There was a tenderness in that moment, a quiet intimacy that felt undeniably sacred, a communion of spirits that transcended any sermon on the depravity of human touch. The Church might have reduced such moments to the risk of carnal temptation, but for Elias, it was an experience of grace, a tangible expression of the divine presence in their shared vulnerability. It was not just in the quiet moments between husband and wife that this natural inclination toward connection manifested. Elias observed the simple, unpretentious affection between neighbors, the way a mother would instinctively soothe her crying child with a gentle embrace, the camaraderie shared amongst men working side by side in the fields. These were not the calculated acts of the devout, seeking to impress God, but the spontaneous expressions of human beings who, despite the pervasive fear of sin, still sought comfort, solace, and companionship in one another. The Church sought to channel these impulses into prescribed avenues, But often, the heart simply followed its own innate inclinations, finding joy in simple acts of human kindness. Beatrice, for her part, navigated the Church's stringent doctrines with a quiet grace that Elias deeply admired. She was a woman of deep faith, not in the rigid adherence to external rules, but in the spirit of compassion and love that she felt emanated from the divine. When the priest spoke of the dangers of carnal desire, she would nod respectfully, but her inner life was not dictated by his words. She found pleasure in the warmth of the sun on her face as she tended her small garden, in the aroma of freshly baked bread, in the sound of birdsong at dawn. These were small but personal joys, and she saw no inherent sin in them. One evening, as they sat by the hearth, the flickering firelight casting dancing shadows on the walls, Beatrice recounted a story she had heard from her mother. It was a tale of a young couple, deeply in love, who had been separated by war. Their letters, filled with longing and affection, had been considered scandalous by some, too passionate, too focused on earthly attachment rather than divine love. Yet Beatrice's mother had always told her that their love was a testament to the strength of the human spirit, a beacon of hope in dark times. Beatrice's voice as she spoke was imbued with a quiet conviction. They found solace in each other, Elias, she said, her eyes meeting his. And what is wrong with finding solace in the one God has placed beside you? Elias reached for her hand, his thumb gently stroking her skin. He knew that such sentiments, if voiced too loudly, could invite suspicion, but in the sanctuary of their home, in the quiet understanding that passed between them, they could acknowledge the truth that the church often sought to obscure. The church's relentless focus on the negative, on what was forbidden, seemed to Elias like a willful blindness to the positive, to the inherent goodness and beauty that God had woven into the fabric of human existence. The affection between a husband and wife, the simple joy of shared companionship, was not a betrayal of faith, but a reflection of it, an earthly manifestation of divine love. The church's attempt to sanitize human emotion, to render love into a sterile, regulated transaction, ultimately failed to account for the inherent resilience of the human spirit. Beatrice's quiet contentment, her capacity for finding joy in the simple realities of life, was a testament to this. She did not seek out sin, nor did she revel in transgression. She simply lived, loved, and found beauty in the world as God had made it. Her capacity for affection, for tenderness, was not a mark of her downfall, but a sign of her innate goodness, a spark of the divine that the church in its fear could not extinguish. This subtle resistance, this refusal to let the church dictate the full extent of their emotional and spiritual lives, was not a rejection of faith, but a redefinition of it. Elias and Beatrice, like many others who harbored similar quiet doubts, found their spiritual lives not in the fearful adherence to external dogma, but in the cultivation of genuine human connection and the appreciation of life's simple, unadorned pleasures. Their love, their affection, their shared moments of quiet joy were not sins to be confessed, but sacraments to be cherished, earthly echoes of a divine love that embraced the totality of their being, rather than demanding its negation. The heart, it seemed, had a wisdom of its own, a capacity for love and connection that even the most rigid of doctrines could not entirely suppress. The familiar weight of parchment, cool and slightly rough beneath Elias's fingertips, did little to prepare him for the jolt of recognition. The script, though disguised by a clever cipher, was undeniably Brother Michael's. Michael, the monk who had once served as a fervent, if somewhat naive, advocate for the very doctrines Elias now found himself questioning. Michael, who had vanished from the priory months ago, leaving behind only whispers of disillusionment and a void where his fervent piety had once been. The missive Elias now held was not a confession of return nor an explanation of his absence, but something far more potent, a testament to a path taken in defiance of all he had once held sacred. The letter had arrived in a most unusual manner, tucked within a basket of common root vegetables, delivered by a stoic farmer whose eyes held a quiet knowing. There was no sender's mark, no overt indication of its origin, yet Elias had felt a prickle of anticipation, a nascent hope, the moment he saw the familiar texture of the parchment. Unlocking the coded message had been a tedious yet thrilling undertaking, a puzzle that mirrored the very intellectual labyrinth Elias had found himself navigating. Each deciphered word felt like a small victory against the suffocating orthodoxy that sought to keep such thoughts hidden. To Elias, my brother in spirit, though our paths have diverged, the letter began, the coded script resolving into the familiar, slightly angular hand Elias remembered from their shared hours in the scriptorium. May this find you well in body, and more importantly in mind, though I suspect the latter is a constant battle in these hallowed yet hollow halls. Michael's words painted a stark picture of his departure from the monastic life. He spoke not of a dramatic expulsion, nor of a sudden cataclysmic loss of faith, but of a slow, agonizing erosion of conviction, a quiet surrender to an internal truth that could no longer be contained within the priory's walls. I sought God within these stones, Michael wrote, within the chants and the rituals, the endless cycles of prayer and penance. I believed, Elias, I truly believed that here, cloistered from the world, I would find the purest expression of faith, but I found instead a different kind of world, one of subtle hierarchies, of whispered judgments, and of a pervasive spiritual weariness that clung to the air like damp. He detailed the suffocating bureaucracy that had become the priory's true master, eclipsing the divine purpose it was meant to serve. The procurement of parchment became more critical than the illumination of Scripture, Michael lamented. The disputes over tithes consumed more energy than the contemplation of divine love. We were so occupied with the management of faith, Elias, that we seemed to forget the very essence of it. We became custodians of dogma rather than conduits of grace. Michael's narrative was a deeply personal account of his disillusionment, a confession of the spiritual emptiness he had found amidst the outward displays of piety. He described the internal struggle, the agonizing process of reconciling his burgeoning doubts with the vows he had taken, the unwavering certainty he was expected to uphold. I saw men of God, Elias, men who preached of humility and selflessness, yet who jockeyed for position, who hoarded their comforts, and who judged their brethren with a harshness that was anything but Christian. The hypocrisy was not a fleeting observation, but a constant gnawing presence. It chipped away at my soul, leaving me hollow, a vessel filled with the echoes of what faith should be, rather than the reality of what it had become. His decision to leave was presented not as an act of rebellion, but as a necessary act of self-preservation, a following of his conscience, a path dictated by a deeply felt imperative to live authentically. I could no longer, in good conscience, participate in the charade, he wrote. I could not stand before the altar and recite vows that felt increasingly hollow, spewed from a mouth that had witnessed too much spiritual compromise. My faith, the true burning ember of it, was being extinguished by the very institution meant to protect it. He described his quiet departure, the deliberate choice to shed the monastic habit and embrace a life of deliberate simplicity, away from the suffocating embrace of the priory's enforced piety. I have found work with a kind family in the countryside, Michael explained, his words carrying a sense of newfound peace. My hands are now calloused from honest labor, my days are filled with the simple rhythm of the seasons, and my nights are quiet, free from the anxieties that once plagued me. I eat simple food, sleep on a straw mattress, and I have never felt closer to God. Michael's account was a profound counterpoint to the fear mongering and condemnation that Elias had grown accustomed to hearing. He painted a picture of genuine faith, not as a burden of denial and suppression, but as an open, embracing force found in the tangible world, in the kindness of strangers, and in the quiet dignity of labor. I have discovered, Elias, he continued, his tone imbued with a newfound wonder, that God's presence is not confined to the gilded chalice or the intricately carved pulpit. I have found him in the dew-kissed grass, in the laughter of children, in the shared meal with those who have nothing but their goodwill to offer. My faith is no longer a cage, Elias, but the open sky. The letter served as a potent catalyst for Elias, a tangible manifestation of his own burgeoning doubts and his nascent desire for a more authentic spiritual existence. It offered a glimpse of a life lived with genuine faith, a life liberated from the suffocating weight of enforced piety and the pervasive fear of damnation. Michael's words were not a call to arms, nor a plea for Elias to abandon his own vows, but rather a quiet affirmation that the questioning was not isolated, that the seeds of doubt Elias felt within himself were shared by others, and that a different path, a path of personal freedom and authentic connection, was indeed possible. Do not misunderstand me, Elias, Michael implored, his penultimate paragraph a poignant reflection on the nature of true devotion. I do not renounce the teachings that led me here. I simply found them to be incomplete. They spoke of God's wrath, but too rarely of his boundless love. They warned of sin, but too seldom celebrated the inherent goodness of creation. I sought to understand God's will through fear, but I found him through simplicity and acceptance. My conscience, no longer bound by the pronouncements of men who seemed more interested in their own power than in the souls they claimed to guide, has led me to this place of quiet joy. He spoke of his ongoing exploration, of his continued study of ancient texts, not the sanitized versions often found within the priory's library, but the more obscure, often suppressed writings that hinted at a broader, more inclusive understanding of the divine. There are whispers, Elias, he wrote, of a God who rejoices in the fullness of life, who sees not sin in desire, but a natural inclination, a spark that, when understood and guided by love, can lead one closer to Him. These are the truths that the Church fears, for they undermine its authority, its carefully constructed edifice of control. But these are the truths that set the spirit free. Michael's concluding words carried a tone of both encouragement and a gentle warning. Hold fast to your integrity, Elias, Seek truth, even when it leads you down paths unlit by the pronouncements of authority. The path of the sincere seeker is often fraught with peril, but it is the only path that leads to true enlightenment. I pray that one day you too will find the courage to follow your own inner compass, to embrace the fullness of your being, and to discover God not in the pronouncements of the fearful, but in the quiet whisper of your own soul. The letter was a revelation, a beacon in the fog of Elias's uncertainty. It validated his own internal struggle, his growing suspicion that the Church's rigid doctrines were not a reflection of divine truth, but a human construct designed to exert control. Michael's simple life, his newfound peace, his unburdened faith, offered a stark contrast to the complex anxieties that Elias experienced within the priory walls. It was a testament to the possibility of living a life aligned with one's conscience, a life where faith was not a rigid adherence to external rules, but a personal, evolving relationship with the divine found in the everyday realities of existence. The weight of the letter in Elias's hands now felt different. It was no longer just a piece of parchment, but a tangible connection to a world beyond the confines of the priory, a world where spiritual freedom and authentic faith were not only possible, but actively pursued. Michael's words, spoken across the distance and disguised by code, echoed the very questions that Elias had been wrestling with in the quiet hours of the night, in the hushed conversations with Brother Thomas, in the lingering doubts that arose from his encounters with the common folk. He saw in Michael a reflection of his own deepest longings, a desire for a faith that embraced life rather than condemned it, a faith that found God not in the denial of the flesh, but in the celebration of creation. The letter was not an end, but a beginning, a powerful affirmation that his journey of questioning was a valid one, and that the dawn of doubt was leading him not to damnation, but to a more profound and personal understanding of the divine. The letter from Brother Michael, now nestled securely in Elias's tunic, was more than just a missive. It was a seed planted in the fertile ground of his burgeoning skepticism. Michael's quiet rebellion, his renunciation of the priory's rigid doctrines for a life of simple labor and unburdened faith, resonated deeply within Elias. It painted a picture of a world where divine grace wasn't a scarce commodity, rationed out by an unforgiving hierarchy, but an abundant force, present in the laughter of children and the shared warmth of a peasant's hearth. Elias felt a growing awareness that the Church, in its fervent attempt to police the very essence of human experience, to extinguish every spark of earthly joy, was not only fighting a losing battle, but was perhaps, in its extremism, actively diminishing the very divine love it claimed to represent. The stories Michael hinted at, of a God who did not see sin in desire, but a natural inclination, spoke to a different understanding of the divine, one that acknowledged the complex tapestry of human nature rather than seeking to tear it apart. This was a truth that Elias had begun to glimpse in stolen conversations with Brother Thomas, in the furtive glances exchanged with the herbalist's daughter in the market, in the undeniable pull he felt towards the vibrant, messy, and often joyful lives of the common folk. These weren't the hushed, fear-laden tales of eternal damnation that permeated the priory, but stories of resilience, of communal celebration, of finding solace and delight in the simple act of living. He remembered, with a pang of bittersweet nostalgia, the harvest festival a few years prior. While the monks of the priory had been enjoined to spend the day in prayer and fasting, a somber observance of gratitude for God's bounty, Elias had found himself drawn to the edge of the village. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meat, the sound of fiddles and pipes, and the infectious rhythm of dancing feet. He had watched from the shadows, a silent observer of a community fully embracing the gifts of the season, their faces alight with unadulterated joy. There was no shame in their revelry, no undercurrent of divine judgment. It was a pure, unadulterated expression of life, a communion of souls celebrating the abundance around them. Even then, a small voice of unease had whispered in his mind, questioning why such palpable joy seemed so antithetical to the piety demanded within the priory walls. Michael's letter had amplified that whisper into a clear, resonant call. He spoke of finding God not in denial, but in embrace, and Elias began to see the priory's relentless pursuit of spiritual austerity as a form of self-imposed blindness. The monks, in their quest to detach themselves from the temporal world, seemed to be deliberately ignoring the divine presence that pulsed within it. The very pleasures the church so vociferously condemned, the warmth of human touch, the taste of good wine, the beauty of a sunset, were, in Michael's estimation, not distractions from God, but pathways to Him. Elias found himself revisiting forgotten conversations, piecing together fragments of shared whispers that now coalesced into a more coherent picture. He recalled Brother Thomas's hushed admiration for the lyrical beauty of a secular ballad, a song of earthly love and longing that had been deemed frivolous by the Abbey's elders. Thomas had spoken of the music's ability to stir the soul, to evoke a sense of profound connection, not just to another person, but to something larger, something elemental. "Is it not possible, Elias," Thomas had once mused, his voice barely audible above the rustling of parchment, "that God's grace can be found even in the simple melody of a lover's serenade, that the divine spark flickers in the very desires that we are taught to extinguish?" These were dangerous thoughts, seditious even, within the cloistered confines of the priory. Yet Michael's words gave them legitimacy. They transformed Elias's nascent doubts into a growing conviction that the Church's rigid control over human pleasure was not a matter of divine mandate, but of human control. The constant admonishment against carnal desire, against earthly affections, served to isolate individuals, to sever their bonds with one another, and thereby to make them more susceptible to the authority of the institution. If the monks were perpetually fearful of damnation, if their lives were a constant exercise in self-denial, then they would be less likely to question the system that promised salvation, however conditional. He thought of the elaborate rituals designed to instill a sense of awe and submission, the solemn masses where the laity were kept at a distance, their participation limited to passive observation. The grandeur of the cathedral, the rich vestments of the clergy, the incense-laden air, all were intended to elevate the divine above the mundane, to impress upon the common man his own insignificance in the face of God's majesty. But Elias began to suspect that this grandeur was also a carefully constructed barrier, designed to separate the spiritual elite from the spiritual commonality, to maintain a power imbalance that the Church fiercely guarded. Michael's description of his departure, of finding God in the calloused hands of a laborer and the shared meal with those who possessed little resonated with Elias's own observations. He had seen the genuine warmth and camaraderie among the villagers, a sense of community built on mutual reliance and shared experience. Their lives, though marked by hardship, were often punctuated by moments of uninhibited joy: a successful harvest, a wedding, the birth of a child. These were celebrations that the Priory's doctrines seemed to view with suspicion as potential temptations that could lead souls astray. Yet Elias could not deny the power of these moments for the villagers. He had witnessed a resilience in their faith, a robust spirituality that seemed to draw strength from their engagement with the world, not from their withdrawal from it. Their prayers, often offered aloud in communal gatherings, were not steeped in the learned theology of the cloister, but were simple, heartfelt pleas for sustenance, for protection, for the well being of their loved ones. There was a raw authenticity to their faith, an untamed quality that Elias found far more compelling than the polished, intellectualized piety of the priory. The church's attempts to suppress human desire, Elias now understood, were not simply a matter of safeguarding souls from sin. They were also a sophisticated mechanism for social control. By instilling a pervasive sense of guilt and shame around natural human inclinations, the church created a population that was more malleable, more dependent on its pronouncements for absolution and guidance. The denial of pleasure was, in essence, the denial of agency. But Michael's letter offered a counter narrative. It suggested that genuine faith did not require the renunciation of life's pleasures, but their integration into a more profound understanding of the divine. He had found God not by looking away from the world, but by looking more deeply into it, by appreciating the simple beauty and inherent goodness that existed in the everyday. This was a radical notion, a challenge to the very foundations of monastic discipline and the church's overarching moral authority. Elias felt a stir of something akin to rebellion within himself, not a fiery outward defiance, but a quiet, internal recalibration. He realized that his own journey of doubt was not a solitary descent into heresy, but a shared awakening. Michael's experiences mirrored his own internal struggles, his own quiet questioning of doctrines that no longer resonated with the truth he perceived in the world. The missive was an affirmation that he was not alone in his discomfort, that the seeds of change were being sown in other hearts and minds as well. The thought of the church's fear of such truths was potent. The fear that a God who embraced human desire, a God who found divinity in the natural world and in the simple joys of human connection, would undermine their carefully constructed edifice of power and control. If people discovered that God's love was not conditional on their adherence to a rigid set of rules, if they understood that their own inherent goodness was not a source of sin, but a reflection of the divine, then the church's authority would be irrevocably diminished. Michael's suggestion that there were suppressed writings, texts that offered a broader, more inclusive understanding of the divine, ignited Elias's intellectual curiosity. He envisioned a hidden library, a clandestine repository of knowledge that challenged the established narrative, a testament to alternative interpretations of faith that had been systematically silenced. The very act of seeking out such texts felt like an act of liberation, a step towards reclaiming a spiritual understanding that had been systematically distorted. He found himself re examining the scriptures, not for pronouncements of doom, but for the hidden echoes of love and affirmation that Michael's letter had alluded to. He began to look for passages that spoke of God's joy in creation, of his presence in the ordinary, of his embrace of all beings. It was like learning to see in a new light, to discern the subtle shades of meaning that had been obscured by layers of dogmatic interpretation. The Priory's attempts to control pleasure were, in a sense, a testament to its power. The fact that they felt the need to exert such strenuous effort to suppress something so fundamental to human experience suggested that pleasure itself held a profound, almost spiritual significance. It was a force that, left unchecked, could lead individuals to a different kind of fulfillment, a fulfillment that was not dependent on the church's mediation. Elias felt a growing conviction that the path to true spiritual understanding lay not in the denial of life's experiences, but in their thoughtful embrace. It was a journey of integration, of weaving together the threads of the sacred and the secular, the spiritual and the material. Michael's courage in shedding the monastic habit and embracing a life of honest labor was a powerful example. It demonstrated that true devotion could manifest in the everyday, in the dignity of work, in the kindness of human interaction, in the quiet appreciation of the natural world. The fear of damnation, so omnipresent within the priory, began to lose its suffocating grip on Elias's imagination. He started to question the very nature of divine judgment. Was it truly an all consuming wrath or a compassionate guidance? Was God a stern judge or a loving parent? Michael's account of finding peace and joy in simplicity suggested the latter, a God who rejoiced in the fullness of his creation, a God who saw not sin in desire, but a natural, beautiful aspect of the human spirit. This was the dawn of a new understanding for Elias, one that promised not an end to faith, but a rebirth of it. He wasn't contemplating abandoning his vows to God, but rather to his vows to the institution that claimed to represent him. His desire was not to reject the divine, but to seek a more direct, more personal connection with it, unmediated by the fear and dogma that had become so ingrained in the priory's teachings. The realization that the medieval church's meticulous attempts to control human pleasure were ultimately a losing battle was a comforting thought. The anecdotes of clandestine joys, the whispers of dissent, and the enduring power of human connection all pointed to the irrepressible human spirit, its innate desire for happiness and fulfillment. This desire, Elias felt, was not something to be suppressed, but something to be understood and perhaps even celebrated. Elias's choice, then, was not a flight from faith, but a pursuit of its truest expression. He would continue to grapple with his convictions, to seek a more personal and honest understanding of his faith. The seeds of change, sown by Michael's courageous journey and nurtured by Elias's own burgeoning doubts, had begun to sprout. He envisioned a different kind of spiritual life, one where genuine joy, not the suffocating burden of guilt, might finally flourish. It was a fragile hope, perhaps, but a potent one, a promise of a future where faith and life could coexist in harmony, where the divine could be found not in denial, but in the vibrant, complex, and often beautiful tapestry of human experience. The quiet rebellion of a single monk had for Elias opened a window to a world where doubt could lead not to damnation, but to a more profound and radiant form of grace.